in Mombasa. And of course, we welcome you to listen to us and watch us on rgk.co.ke. Listen and watch on YouTube. That is at Radio Generation Kenya. That's the name of our channel. City Muga, habari ya asubuhi Wambaje.
Habari ya asubuhi mzuri.
Naam.
Wambaje sijamuona leo.
Hujamuona Wambaje?
Sijamuona bwana.
Jana ulimuona?
Sijui. Sijui anafanya vipi.
Wambaje ni mjamaa mmoja mfupi mrefu, mkonde, mnono na pia anaweza kuwa mwanamke. Basically Wambaje ni Kiswahili ya kuamka tu mtu kusema, ni kama tu kusema umeamkaje umesh. Ama ile nyingine watu wanasema ngaje si shikamoo. Mbona sawa Kiswahili changu, lakini kwa sababu mtu akikuuliza Wambaje waweza mjibu sina la kuamba. Yani I have nothing to say. Yani kuambanga, kikamba kuambanga, yani kelele mingi. Oh my goodness, City. Every single day you don't cease to amaze me. So let me tell you what the UN is celebrating today. I just found a couple of things that the UN wants to commemorate. So today being the 17th day of September 2025, apparently it's the start of the International Day of Peace. Yeah. And this is the most confusing part. They say that the International Day of Peace is marked today but begins on September 21st. Why that and the other one, I honestly don't understand. So the UN also recognizes September 17th as the International Day of Conscience. Yeah, which encourages people to listen to their inner voice to make ethical decisions about or rather ethical decisions that promote peace, justice and human rights. So ile sauti yako ya kindani ndani ambayo inataka promote mambo ya peace, mambo ya justice na mambo ya human rights. So kama uko pale nje and you're listening to us and you're one of those people who don't care about the world or the people around you, well, today the UN urges you to please kindly listen to your inner voice that tells you this is wrong, this is morally unacceptable, this is unethical.
If that inner voice is the one which is directing you to do those unethical things, then what do you do?
If it directs you to do the unethical things,
kama ile inaweza kwambia wachana watu.
Nakwambia uibe tu, kwani shida iko
ni jela tu, kwani kuna shida nyingine?
After all wengine wanaiba.
Ama iba kiasi, sasa tatu ukishikwa.
Uko na nyingine ya kupeana.
Kuna nyingine ya
Well, if that is your inner voice, City, then this world is in trouble.
It is the inner voice of very many, because how do you explain?
Yes.
The constant complications that we read about regarding county governments, national governments.
Yes.
In fact, leo hii.
Naam.
Ukiangalia kwenye gazeti ya Standard ile jua.
Ndio.
There's an article there imechapishwa vizuri sana kuhusu madeni ambayo serikali inachukua kwa niaba yetu.
Na sikia imefika trilioni 3.3.
Nimesema hivyo. Punde baada hata kupata nafasi ya kuwa punde.
Yaani punde si punde.
Yes, ndio hivyo basi. Nafasi hakupewa kwa punde.
Naam.
Ndio sasa unatambua kwamba katika hizo hela
ndio
utakuta kama bilioni 958 kulingana na machapisho ambayo tuliyasoma pale katika gazeti hiyo.
Naam.
Ndio ilitumika. Haswa kuna wengine wanasema ukipiga hesabu.
Naam.
Kadri hiyo pesa ambayo inasemekana ilikopwa ni zaidi hapo. Lakini kama hayo ndio mambo ambayo watu wanafanya. Sasa wanawazungumzia ni wenzao ama inner voice?
Sasa hapo kusema kweli siwezi ka hold brief kwa niaba yao.
Ni ngumu.
Lakini kile nitakachofikiria pale hawako wanasikiza inner voice, sababu inner voice huwa inakuambia ufanye kile kizuri,
kile kilicho sawa,
kile kabisa. Sasa kwa hivyo ukipata mtu ambaye ameenda mrama na inner voice yake, ndio maana unapata watu wanaiba, wanaua na sana wanachukua odious deaths kama hizi. Naona na wanazitumia vinyo wanataka.
Tutachambua mambo hayo.
Sure. So kwa hivyo longa nasi pale katika mtandao wetu, waweza kutupata katika X ama Twitter. Mtandao wetu unajulikana kama @RadioGenKE. Hapo ndipo utatupata, na kama nilivyokuambia hapo awali pia Facebook, yani kitabu cha uso, waweza kutupata pale. Radio Generation Kenya. Let us get to know your inner thoughts also in regards to some of these conversations that we'll be having this morning.
Kitabu cha uso,
Kitabu cha uso. Nimefanya ile direct translation.
Ile sana nimekupata bwana, hiyo translation.
Direct translation ile, yani ukalimani wa direct.
Yes.
Sasa
hiyo ina ukamilifu.
Si ndio?
Hivyo basi.
Wenye kwani Facebook kwa Kiswahili itaitwa nini? Mimi sijui.
No, it has a name in Kiswahili.
Really?
Yes, it does. But I have forgotten it.
But Facebook is a brand. Why would you? It's like,
no, we have to translate what it means in Kiswahili.
It's like calling iPhone
okay, for instance, email ni barua pepe, sio?
Barua pepe?
Ni barua.
Ni barua lakini ni pepe.
Na hiyo ni inapepereshwa
kabisa. Yani ni general term ya email zote. Kuna Yahoo Mail, kuna Gmail, kuna zile email za kazini kama za hapa kwetu. Hizo ni barua pepe. Kwa hivyo nikwambia na kutumia barua pepe, unaweza niuliza unatuma kwa mtandao upi, ndio nikwambie mtandao wa Gmail ama mtandao wa Radio Generation ama mtandao wa Yahoo. Waona? Lakini sasa barua pepe ni general term.
Bwana wasikilizaji waza kufikiria ni sehemu hii ni sehemu ya Kiswahili. Turudi kwa Kiingereza.
All right, welcome back. In case you're listening from the diaspora and you're like, what language is that? Well, we are Radio Generation. You can get to get all the top stories, by the way, on rgk.co.ke. But before we get to that, there's this gentleman who goes by the name of Siti Muga, the one who's been talking up with Awali. He usually has this thing called methali or proverb. So, Siti, what proverb do you have for us today?
Nilikwambia wiki hii nzima.
Tuwa hapa Afrika.
Hapa Kenya haswa, Afrika Mashariki.
Yani tuwa hapa.
Ndio hivyo basi.
Afrika Mashariki.
Yes, kwa sababu lugha ya Kiswahili inaeleweka kote katika nchi hizi zetu za Afrika. East Africa ni Afrika?
Sini East Afrika Mashariki.
Kusini ni wale jamaa wa South.
Wale wa Zimbabwe, kule South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini.
Mvuvi wa samaki mpya lazima azame maji yasiyojulikana.
Come again?
Mvuvi wa samaki mpya lazima azame maji yasiyojulikana.
Okay. So a new species of fish, for you to find it you have to go to unknown waters.
Ndio hivyo basi. Yes. Samaki ya kawaida unajua mahali pa kuyapata, sio? Lakini if you now want something ile extra, sio kuvua peke yake. Utazama. Ndio hivyo.
Okay.
Sawa. Utapiga mbizi.
Methali hiyo naipenda sana. Imenikumbusha jana nilikula samaki mdogo na sio omena. Niliambiwa na mwenye alinuzia ati huyo samaki anajulikana kama fulu.
Yes. It's actually a rare fish.
Yeah.
It was thought was almost extinct. Yes. It's a very tasty fish.
Oh yes, it was very delish.
Very, very tasty fish.
Yes.
Pronounced folo.
Oh, folo, like F-O.
Fo. Intonation. Kijaluo is a tonal language. Folo.
Folo.
Good.
I got it, eh?
Yes, you got
it. I knew it, Bona. You know, there's the Luo in me always comes out whenever it's necessary. Huwa anaweza kutokezea nikimuitaje.
Ukimshtua tu.
Anaambia baba.
Oh, baba.
Ndio huyo sasa. All right, so ukitaka new fish you have to go to new territories.
Inakuwa hivyo baba. Kwa hivyo.
Okay. I like that. Wale ambao wanakula pia fulu waniambie. Tunataka kujua kama wewe unajua kumpika kama mimi nilivyompika. Karanga nyanya hivi, kitunguu, alafu nikachukua fulu, alikuwa ameshachemshwa, alikuwa ameshakarangwa yani.
Yes.
Kauka vizuri.
Yes.
And I put there are very many, they're tiny but bigger than.
No, they're bigger than omena.
Yes. About 3 times the size.
Yes, they are.
It was delicious.
It is a lovely fish.
Yes.
Lovely.
Kasongo ugali pale kando.
Bas mambo yote hayo sasa.
Kakula na murenda.
Ngoja kidogo niulize.
Na terere.
Ulikuwa unakula jioni sio?
No, for lunch. Yes.
Nimekupata.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I enjoyed it.
Good for you.
Alafu nikateremsha na maji baridi.
Sasa maziwa lala jana huku nini ile ambayo inaitwa yogurt ile?
No, jana yogurt sikutumia.
Okay, sawa. Niko nauliza tu.
Ukitengeneza mrenda na terere, hakuna kitu kama yogurt utaweka mahali popote pale. But I know some communities actually makes yogurt, maziwa mala and
na maziwa tu ama cream.
Okay. All right. But I've never cooked that way.
Do not worry.
Yeah.
Wakati itakuja.
I'm not unsure.
Itafika. Sitakueleza.
Sawa.
Cooking classes hazijaanza bado. Lakini nitakueleza.
Asante sana. rgk.co.ke, that's the website, and you will get all the top stories. For instance, you will see this story that has been published 9 minutes ago. Police analyze slain lawyer Mbobu's office records for leads. Yeah, so investigators have already questioned more than 15 people, including colleagues, employees, boda operators at the crime scene, bank staff he dealt with, and individuals he met at a restaurant along Jakaya Kikwete Road shortly before he was gunned down on September 9th.
They're covering all their bases. Yes.
You know, this is basically what we usually see in a lot of movies also. They get because we never get to follow our own DCI to know exactly what happens. But from what we see, they'll talk to even people you never expected them to talk to. You know, even a house help that you probably employed 5 years ago.
Kuna kakitu wanatafuta.
Oh yeah.
Motive. Yule aliyekuwa na sababu ama kisababu.
Yes.
Ya kumuua huyu ama kutaka huyu mtu auawe.
Ama pia wanaangalia who would benefit the most from his death.
Yes.
Yeah.
All those questions become pertinent. Yes.
Because he didn't die of natural causes. It's not like he was sick and died. He didn't die of old age. Someone literally decided that that particular day that he was gunned down was his last day. So the police have to figure out again motive. Yeah. What would have motivated anyone to decide to end? Like, what was that huge reason that someone decided this guy has to die? But also they want to find out who would have benefited the most from his death.
These things, we let them unfold, and we seek to understand them as they continue to unfold.
True story.
So,
President Museveni confirms that 2026 will be his final presidential race.
It's not the first time he has said this.
Oh, he has had a final race several times.
Yes, I've heard him say that before.
Yeah, so...
Then the people decided he shouldn't.
He shouldn't do what?
He shouldn't leave.
Yeah, he should continue.
Well...
From what he says,
we take the view that that's what they meant.
Yeah.
Whether that's what they said, that's now a completely different story.
Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni has declared that 2026 general election will be his final run for the country's top seat, telling citizens that he needs one last mandate to complete crucial national projects. And this is what he said: "This is the last time I'm vying for president in Uganda. I'll never vie again after 2026, so I urge all Ugandans to come out in large numbers and vote for me for the very last time. I have a few projects that I want to finish." He's been in power since 1986.
Yes.
1986.
Yes.
Literally 40 years in power by the time he gets to the general election in 2026. 40 years. Kuna mtu Uganda amezaliwa, akapata bibi, akakuwa heartbroken, akapata mwingine, akakuwa heartbroken, akapata mwingine, akapata watoto, baby mamas, baby daddies, and the only president he or she has ever known is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Yes. Yes.
For Uganda.
Yeah.
Kenya, for someone born in 1986, knows President Moi, President Kibaki, President Uhuru, and now President Ruto. Those are 4 presidents.
Yes. This country that we're in is called Kenya. The other one is called Uganda.
Yeah.
2 different countries.
Someone who was born in 1986 in Tanzania has known
Amjua wengi bwana.
Amejua wengi, si ndio? Mkapa. Kulikuwa na Kikwete. Magufuli. Between Magufuli na Kikwete kulikuwa na mwingine? Sidani.
No.
Magufuli, alafu sasa anamjua Mama Samia. So those are 4 presidents that Tanzanians know. Lakini watu wanajulikana kama watu wa Uganda. Anyway, I mean, Museveni had already made his intention to run public in June, stressing his decision to development and his fight against corruption. "In this time, I want us really to wipe out corruption," he said, noting that graft should not thrive under proper leadership.
It is argued that in 2001 and 2006, just said, while campaigning, that's what he said. He wasn't going to contest again, and yet he contested. I remember... who was it that we were talking with the other day when I said there are things that you must understand and contextualize. Political speak.
Yeah.
It's often presented as a promise. It's political speak. any rational being will understand that some of the things that are said cannot be done, at least not in the time that it is alluded it can be done. We'll build a dam. You can't build a dam in a year, even if you want.
True.
You can't. You can do a water pan, dam. And if someone tells you, I'm going to build 100 dams, please bear in mind that is a plan for the next 50 years. Huh?
Yeah.
There's no immediacy to it. Right? So, again, when Museveni says that is him deciding. Please understand, the people of Uganda can decide that they want him to continue.
Yeah.
He is a public servant. Who is he to decline? If the people decide that it is him they want again. Tell me.
Yeah. And you know, we were having a conversation here with I can't remember the exact person that was, but and this is something that several people have said anyway, that there's no way you can be the one to do everything for your country. It's like, unless you are elected when you are like at 20.
Even if you're elected at 12, doesn't matter. One person can't do everything. Leadership is about service provision. And just the very definition of it indicates and clearly, not even indicates, it clearly points into the direction of what needs to be done. You certainly can't do everything. That isn't something that we even need to spend a great deal of time discussing.
Yes.
It revolves around the sort of people you have put in places of authority to carry out the things that you've determined you want to do.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Now, if your choice of individuals is wanting, then wave goodbye. In fact, say hello, then wave goodbye to all those things you said you're going to do.
You know, President Museveni, having been in power since 1986, he had the opportunity, and still has the opportunity, to weed out graft.
Have you been to Uganda?
No, I've not.
You need to.
Yeah.
But go on.
He has the opportunity to weed out graft. He has even right now, with the few months he has to the general election. I mean, if he wanted, because I'm sure there are EACC there, wako na majina za watu wanajuanga City ni mcorrupt, Mbuvi ni mcorrupt, Edna ni mcorrupt, shika watu wafunge, anzisha makesi zao kotini.
All right, why don't we start by having an honest conversation on this subject? All right? Look at the anatomy of what we call corruption in this continent of ours. Let's start with our own country. We get independence.
Yes.
We have the first leadership. We have two parties, KANU and KADU. A little chit-chat, KADU folds, we have KANU. All right? There is no time in the history of this country when the presidency has not been threatened. There is no time.
Okay.
None. We know of the 82 coup, because that is the one which was talked about and spoken of and witnessed live. We saw soldiers in the street. We saw all manner of things happening.
I hear there was another one like in the 90s.
70s.
70 what?
1970s. There were allegations of coup attempts.
Okay.
Not one. Not
several.
One. Two. Okay.
Oh, two.
Yes. Now, if you understand what it is that happens with African leadership, in those early days, the world was divided into two. There were those who supported two world powers. The two main world powers were Russia and the US. There are those who consider themselves to be communists. There are those who consider themselves to be the promoters of free trade and freedom, so to speak. Okay. Now, the other one they had freedom, but it was guided, very, very, very guided. In fact, the word guided here means controlled. Okay. Now, the powers that be, the powers vested in the presidency, was always struggling with this. Which direction will my country take? Julius Nyerere took the socialist perspective. Okay? Ujama. Sure. Uganda were not very sure, because when Milton Obote became president, there were 1,001 issues. Uganda had kingdoms. Yeah. Live, real monarchs.
Nakumbuka kina Kabaka Mutesa.
Oh, yes, there were others as well. There was more than one kingdom in Uganda. They had the issues. We didn't have those encumbrances. Free market economy. But still there were threats. Now, if you look at what happens with many leaders, to stabilize their country and to ensure support, there are things they give. At independence, I am told, our ministers all received Mercedes-Benzes, the vehicle.
Received.
Our constitution was a colonial constitution. It allowed the president many powers. One of them, they could just give you land. But we were few. This is what people forget. We're around 8 million. We're few. Now that number means there was more land that required working on. So you could be allocated, literally allocated land so that you can develop it. Many people you could be allocated, anybody could be allocated, and I mean literally. And I'm not talking about the settlement schemes that were set up. They're all over the country. In Nyandarua, in Bungoma, in the Muhoroni area, the Lake Kenyatta, Lamu, there are settlement schemes all over. Get people to land that is government land, get them to work. As governments change, certain habits don't change. Because of threats, you would find, for instance, land being distributed to military officers or senior ranking officials. This was a way of keeping them quiet. In modern times, when there's no more land to give, somebody in power gives their cronies business deals and business contracts. It happens. I'm using our country as an example. It happens everywhere on this continent. Cronism, we didn't invent the word. It means the West, who invented the word, understand it and they practice it. So crony capitalism is what we see. There was a time you could not import things without an import license, and there are certain people who could get. So as a favor, somebody could give you a license. You mbuvi umepewa a license ya kuimport spare parts za gari fulani. You don't import, so you sell your what?
Import license.
Yes, it was a business for some people. I'm simply saying that when you look at what it is that political leaders need to do to survive, I personally like Museveni because I followed his history and what he has done and what Uganda might have been if someone like Museveni wasn't there. I have the same affinity for Kagame.
Okay.
People always forget the alternative of what could have been. Museveni has some like 141 advisors. These are people who are primarily people who was within the bush. When you're in the bush fighting for all those years, when are you going to go to school? When you're in the bush, when are you going to get business opportunities? You get an office, you get a car, you get a PA, you get a salary. There are things governments and people in leadership do to ensure they have stability. Okay?
Stability for their presidency or stability for their country?
Their presidency reflects on what is happening in the country. If their presidency is threatened, the stability of the country will be threatened. Because the presidency is the party that is in power. Yes. If they are voted out, they are voted out. But if it's an insurgency, then the country ends up in turmoil.
So are we saying that we need to understand the corruption in our our countries because President so now has got to reward his cronies?
I am telling you that if you want to fix something, you must understand it in detail and understand its evolution and the thinking behind it. Then you look at what it has morphed into. Then this is what we are now seeing, where it's rampant and it's even killing an economy. I am simply walking the journey so that you understand the thinking behind it.
Because if I were Museveni and his cronies, the people that he was with in the bush, 1986, at the very least, sawa, kuleni miaka kama 5. Because surely, how much is much, or how much is too much?
I actually don't understand what you're saying.
No. Listen, what I'm saying is this. Let's assume he even got into government with about 200 of his bushmen, his generals and other people that helped him capture power, right? Then, of course, there are some other soldiers here and there that he was commanding. Fine. I don't know what number to give them. But mushaingia. Miaka 5 CT ni enough kukupatia shamba. Acha tu nimalize. Miaka 5 ni enough kukupatia shamba. Ama hata mashamba za watu wako na za watu wako, mashamba, kuwapatia magari, kuwapatia I don't know what else they need. Kama ni matenda, wachukue matenda. Miaka 5 ikienda sana miaka 10. So between 1986 and 1996 kuleni mshibe. But can we have some development of that? Like my contract with you is done.
That's why I asked you if you've been to Uganda.
I haven't been to Uganda.
You need to go.
What is in Uganda that I should notice if I go there? Because I'm sure I'll see a lot.
Typical of many African presidents, there are very many parts of the country that are completely ignored. Museveni has support in the West, to some degree in the North. The vast majority of people who support Besigye and people like Bobby Wine in the Kampala region. That popularity is born out of what they believe he has done for them over time.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with you, but in more ways than you realize. I actually think that many of our founding fathers got it wrong. Museveni was not the founding father. There were very many presidents before him. And even before he became president, Okello's presidency, Museveni was a minister. If you look at the history, it's not as though things didn't work out quite the way they wanted. Then there was Idi Amin in between. Uganda has had issues. My contention is that when somebody brings stability and you can see it, that's why I said you need to go and see. I have visited Rwanda on many occasions. You need to go and see. You know this worry of walking the CBD? Akuna, you just walk any time of day or night. This is Rwanda. You don't even need to think or worry. Nada. My point is this. I actually think the founding fathers of those nations got it wrong. They got it wrong because they didn't understand statehood. Not fully. They were still listening to the colonial masters. And they didn't fully understand a path which forms a foundation which, if you start, that country has an option but to grow. Tanzania has weathered very many of these issues we have because of that ujamaa of theirs. But right now, they're a powerhouse, surpassing us. Most Kenyans may not know this, but they're surpassing us. They have mineral resources. And if you look at the way they utilize the resources they have, the building of their railway, they are building of the Julius Nyerere Dam on River Rovuma, where the railway goes, the mineral wealth they have, and how they are now adding value to it. I'm simply saying we have similar resources, but ours is always shambolic. Maras, you who has started doing oil where, Maras, you God knows what. Mara, there's iron ore being mined in tighter hills, and the rest of the country has no clue that we even have iron ore. That's us. The path to actually organize all these things, the only thing we have organized, because it requires individual effort, and because of the individual effort of the citizens of this country, we've succeeded, is in enhancing human resource.
Yeah.
Parents will sacrifice anything under the sun to ensure that their children have a good education.
Yeah.
It's a one thing a Kenyan parent will do. Yes. So I'm simply saying, and the reason why it has been made possible is because of the individual interests. There is no country in East and Central Africa which has as many private schools as we do.
Yeah.
Yet in some of the countries I'm mentioning, the public schools are the best schools in the country. People prefer to go to the public schools. We were there once.
Okay. Shasema. All I'm saying is, kauta kula, sawa kula. I mean, if we have to compromise, we kula.
I'm saying usikule.
At all.
No, don't. Don't. Build this thing so that it is nice and big and huge. The things you're stealing for will be provided. And not just for you, but for everybody else. Don't. There's no compromise there for me.
Yeah.
Don't.
Let's see what's happening on the streets of Nairobi.
This is Radio Generation.
Brace yourself, Nairobi, Mogadishu City versus Kenya Police FC, September 20th at Nyayo Stadium. The CAF Champions League qualifier. Want free tickets? Listen, play and win on Radio Generation 88.8. Get your tickets at
langopass.com. Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. This is Radio Generation. Traffic.
Alright, so let's check out what's happening on the roads of Mombasa this morning. I've decided let's check out Mombasa, yeah? Because Nairobi tunajua traffic iko pale panaitwa nini? Pangani ndio kuna traffic. The rest of Nairobi is looking good. But I've never actually checked out Mombasa. So let me see what's happening on the road of Mombasa.
This hour?
Yeah.
There's hardly any
traffic. Watu wa Mombasa wamelala,
Hapana, sio kulala. People haven't started going to work yet.
Ngoja kidogo. Kuna ka traffic kidogo hapa. Kuna barabara inajulikana kama Links Road.
Yes, Links Road is in Nyali.
Ukienda kupatana pale na Nyali Road, hapo kuna traffic. kwanza iko red properly. I really can't tell the length of this stretch that has traffic, but
the traffic jam begins at Kengeleni. Because there's an intersection at Kengeleni that then now leads to Nyali Bridge.
Right.
Yes.
And guess what? It's the only road that has cars.
Yes.
In Mombasa.
Yes. And you will find also that's the road that comes from Kisauni, Bombolulu.
Oh.
Yes.
Ala. Sasa kuna I'm actually seeing places I've never seen before, or rather I've never known exist before. For example, kuna Shauri Yako stage, kuna Eternal Oasis massage, kuna gani nyingine hapa hivi nichekesha, uwanja wa Mbuzi stadium, Mombasa. Haya, sawa basi juu Mombasa sijui place kuna traffic if you see anything you think I should know, please holler at a brother so that I can give some proper update as far as Mombasa is concerned. But otherwise I see everything else is looking good. Naangalia Makupa roundabout mnasonga vizuri, naangalia Baringo Street mnasonga vizuri, naona hii barabara inajulikana kama nini sasa hii ni barabara gani, Jomo Kenyatta Avenue mwasonga vyema. Chochote pale kinafanyika ambacho unaona ni chamana na unaona ni kama wanafaa kujua ili niambia watu, basi wewe fanya hivi, ni vutie pale katika tovuti yetu ya X, alafu tunajulikana kama Radio Gen KE. Hiyo ndio handle ama ni handle, hiyo ndio handle yetu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Kiswahili kigumu bro, kama hujakizoea Kiswahili kigumu bana, lakini nitakizoea tu. Watch tuangalie front page of the Standard newspaper. Unmasked RJ Pakis. Who is this?
That's a gentleman who allegedly
raped and killed.
Yes.
Let's read this story over here. Agnes Wanjiru was raped and murdered in 2012. Her body dumped in a septic tank while her infant daughter was left to grow up without her. For years, the name of her alleged killer, a British soldier, was buried under secrecy, denials and suspected cover-ups. Now, with a suspect finally unmasked and an international arrest warrant issued, the crime that has haunted Kenya and Britain is back in the spotlight. Yet for Wanjiru's family, justice is still far from certain. There's their lawyer here, Mbiyu Kamau, who says despite the findings of the inquest, the respondents have failed to notify the late Agnes Wanjiru's family of the status of the investigations and possible prosecution. You know, if this were a Kenyan soldier doing this in the UK, years later tungekuwa kweli tukihave conversation.
Within that first year mazee ungekuwa korokoroni.
Hata si first year, hiyo siku tu ulifanya hicho kitendo ungekuwa shakamatwa, na hata kama ungekuwa umetorokea Kenya, you would have been they call it what, you would have been extradited back to the UK so they can deal with you properly. But here in Kenya, people come do things and then we just see people walking away, families anguishing, and then sometimes you're offered a few coins, you know, just to let things die down or just to forget things. And the funny thing about us Kenyans, we take that money and we shut up. Sometimes, not all of us. Some families will take, some won't.
Let me ask the question. No. Have you heard of any that has not taken the money?
To be honest, I haven't.
You see, these deaths, if we were to look at it clinically, were they premeditated?
I wouldn't know, because I don't even know the circumstances under which. Was it like, was this person soliciting for sex, then found this young girl, and then the girl said, okay, let's go.
Yes.
And then in the process of them being intimate, killed her?
Yes.
Because if
something went wrong.
Yeah.
And we don't know what it is.
So ilifika pale ule makaria les, hapana mimi sitaki kitu. The unje wakamwambia hapana bwana, nishakununulia kinyo nimekununulia kwa club. This is definitely going down.
Unajua, this is a British soldier who is involved. Locally, we've had very many such cases as well. Some may not have been killed but beaten. A young lady goes out, there's a story of a gentleman they met, and before you know it, there was an altercation, somebody was injured, in some case somebody has died.
Anyway, I honestly do hope that justice will be served to the family, because I cannot imagine.
By the way, this isn't the first time that we're dealing with these things. No. In the previous century, there was a case of a young lady in Mombasa who was actually killed by an American soldier.
Yep.
And that case was interesting in the sense that the judge who oversaw that case at some point had to resign. Yeah, man, there was a hue and cry about it.
Yeah.
That soldier went back to his home country, and somehow he was never quite okay. He died in a car accident.
Yes.
Many years later. But the story was that his life had been a fairly miserable one. The point I'm trying to make is that when you look at the value of human life in this country, you have to sit and pause. How much do we value our citizens? And the question you asked is pertinent. Do you think if a Kenyan soldier went to the UK or the US
and did this,
and even came back to our country, what do you think? Man, you'd be repatriated. Yes. That is the value that those people place on their citizens. You can see the lengths they will go to ensuring justice for their people. Yes, they value the lives of their people. Do we value the lives of our people?
And you know, sometimes you're even told, fanya hivi, chukua tu hii pesa. This country is offering you like some random 1 million USD. Or in Kenyan money, they're giving you 10 million Kenya shillings. Yeah, so that you can at least upate pole. Your son or your brother or your father may never come back. Yeah, but here's 10 million. We chore story. And of course, you'll find that a family being offered 10 million as size mkona nothing. Absolutely nothing.
10 ni nyingi.
Unachukua?
10 ni nyingi.
Na saa zingine mnaambiwa unajua mna deal na America nyinyi. Unajua mna deal na UK.
The problem there is not the lawyer, it's the brokers.
Naambiwa hii chukueni pesa because hii kesi yenu itaenda nitakaa miaka mingi sana na mtaipata justice. So you're told just take the 10 million. After all, that your person is dead and they're never coming back.
We live in a time when colonial powers are dealing with the subject of reparations. Okay? There are countries who have come out openly and apologized. Point blank, we are sorry, we did wrong. The Germans have done it. The view with matters of Namibia. The genocide of the Herero community. They unapologetically they said we were wrong. Those who look into these matters said, yeah, they offered you how many billions of shillings. The problem is that they offered it, but it spread over time. But it appears that was the understanding. The Dutch have had to do something similar. They didn't quite come in the open. They made statements similar to the one King Charles made, where you regret, and it's unfortunate. We asked the British High Commissioner, why not an outright apology? It has legal consequences. My friend, even when you try and mutate the apology, it still has legal consequences because the atrocities have been documented. And the people who documented are people who come from that country, because the Secret Service Acts prohibit the proliferation of certain information over a period of time. Once that period lapses, you have accessed that information, and people have been using that information to write books. See? We are in that period. Now, the place where I'd like to see how this is going to work out is America. Because, man, those people killed the people they found there. Why? It's like they set out to actually wipe them out completely. The Canadians did the same. The Spaniards also need to answer the same question, what they did to the natives of what we call Latin America. What do you think is called Latin? Because the Spaniards are Latin, the Portuguese are Latin. The point I'm trying to make is this. These things that people do at the time when they do them, when at that time it may be historically okay for them to do it, and I think you never really get away with these things. Not quite. That's a problem you're amending for other people who come before you. The people having to deal with that problem now were not the ones. They were represented.
Yeah.
And it's not as though their consent was sought. But at that time, it appeared, or it was assumed, it was something that was acceptable. Bring it to present day.
Yeah.
We're talking about Wanjiru, my friend. Wanjiru was killed.
Yes.
What then do we say of people who willingly, wantonly, misappropriate monies that are intended for schools, focus, healthcare? You pay for that money, people die. What do we do with you? Because you've done the same thing, you've killed people.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, you've killed them in larger numbers. So, it's a crime against humanity. We can't judge you as just a common murderer. You are entering the realm of being a mass murderer. Yes. If somebody dies because of starvation and because there's money allocated for a program to feed people who are poor, you are a murderer. That's what you are. Yes.
I just hope, honestly, the family of Wanjiru, Agnes Wanjiru, pate justice. Hata mkipatiwa pesa ikuja na justice. Slain lawyer's friend speaks of 96 hours in hell. He is missing 50 million bob. This is George Wanaina. When I got to Bogani Road, I found 3 Subarus and 10 DCI officers surrounding my nephew's car. When they realized there was money in the car, they turned wild. Yeah. Businessman says that arrest has been the most traumatic experience in his life. George Wanaina explains how he met Mbobu just hours before assassination. So George Wanaina amepigwa picha hapa hivi on the page 3 of the Standard, and I think he was one of the folks that were was it accosted or
he was let's say he was
arrested?
questioned.
Yeah. And he had 50 million in his car.
It is his money.
Yeah.
It is his car.
Yeah.
Shida iko wapi?
Sijasema kuna shida, nimesema kuna watu wanatembeanga na 50 million kwa gari zao.
Yeah, there was a reason why that money was there.
Yeah.
Money doesn't walk itself. Somebody takes it from somewhere and is probably taking it elsewhere. Yes.
Me need to have friends who just have random 50 million shillings in their cars.
Believe me, that amount of money for someone to have it, let me say, it had work to do.
I know. And I'm not saying that I want that 50 million for myself.
It had done work somewhere.
I'm not saying that I want that 50 million for myself, because me, how I transact my money, I need to buy something even at the shops nowadays. I honestly use mobile money. It's easier for me even to pay 10 shillings for skuma using mobile money. It's easy to pay 20
because you can track your expenditure.
Not even track expenditure. Nowadays, it's easy to just have money on your phone as opposed to having a whole 10,000 in your pocket, for example. You know, you want to fuel for your car, you can pay via M-Pesa. You want to buy nyama, kuku, fish, whatever it is, you can pay for it via M-Pesa. So when I hear someone was arrested and 50 million Kenya, 50 million, bro, 50 million, not 10,000, not some random 50,000 that maybe you've done like a deal somewhere and you got your commission. Apana, 50 million. Kumanisha either you're going to pay that 50 million or you've received payment of 50M. Why is it that they can't send this via what is it called? Bank transfer, mobile money transfer? They can't pay you via check, because 50 million is a lot of money. Mimi hata says ukinipatia 10,000 CT cash money and you were paying me for services that are provided to you, I will count that money 1 2 3 ni ensure imefika 10,000 yangu. Okay, same to 20,000, 30,000, even 100,000. But now you here is someone with 50 million in their car. Did he even confirm if it was one who's been paid? Did he count that money to confirm that the person paying him has paid him 50M? Or if he's the one who's going to pay that 50M?
Well, you are stuck on this 50M. Read the story. The 50M we've understood.
All I'm saying is, I want to have such friends.
My friend, the moment you say you had 50 million,
yes,
you open up Pandora's box. Was it really 50 million? Where did you get 50 million? Let's focus. It's the death of that lawyer,
Chalombobo.
That is what I want to focus on.
Yeah,
that 50 million, that gentleman can deal. They see the avenues of dealing with these things. When they go, in the absence, if Chalo had not passed away, had not been killed, there would have been no story here. So, tuendelee.
Family buzz journalists from Mbobu's recruitment, still on page 3. Journalists kama mnataka kwenda huko kuchukua picha ama kuchukua story katika mazishi ya aliyetwacha wakili Mbobu, just know that you will not be allowed into the vicinity of where that mass will be taking place. City, kuna mtu akona 50 million kwa gazeti yako?
No, what my paper has, I'm looking at the Nation.
Yep.
Police recruitment saga. MPs give 2-day deadline. 2 government agencies have until Thursday to agree and set hiring dates. That is the National Police Service and the National Police. whatever it is. Ruto backs special economic zones to generate new jobs. President launches 2,000-acre Vipingo SEZ Kilifi County that is expected to create jobs. SEZ, by the way, investments worth 390 billion. I see. Okay, expected. So long as we're expecting. Audit. Julius Bitok, PS, accuses some school heads of submitting incorrect information. Excuse me.
Yep.
Free school funds drop to a 7-year low. It was understood that capitation per student per school is supposed to be 22,244. Okay? However, what the paper has stated is that the amount allocated per learner so far this year under the free day secondary school education program has dropped to 15,614. So there's some 7,000 shillings there that has been removed. The full story is on page 2. Now, this is interesting. Judge falls DPP in Oparanya graft case. Remember the stories we're reading regarding how it is that the DPP has been dropping cases, says, I've got new evidence, blah, 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 blah. Well, my friend, it appears that the High Court has decided they are stepping in. The High Court terms decision to terminate 57 million corruption case unconstitutional and an affront to powers of the EACC. They ignored, in short, the DPP and told him, forget it.
Yeah.
What you're doing, you're usurping the powers of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. We are going on with this thing. Yes.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
For us.
This is
for the country.
This is the beauty of independent institutions. They can tell you, that is not where you are supposed to operate. You're supposed to operate here.
But they usually draw the line when it comes to the presidency.
That's not a line, it's a wall.
That's where they draw the wall. That's where they build the wall.
That one, my friend, you don't even... in fact, you just open your mouth, take a deep breath, and then continue.
Yeah, the DCI can tell ODPP. ODPP can tell DCI and EACC. They can. Wanaweza ambiana, wanaweza rushiana maneno, da. Lakini ikifika pale kwa presidency, they don't even. It's like that direction doesn't exist.
Let me read what the Justice Benson Musyoki said.
Please read.
Where an act or omission goes against the word and spirit of the Constitution, the actors cannot claim constitutional independence when they are called upon to account for their said actions or omissions. Hiyo kizungu imekuwa mingi hapo. Tinugwele. But court quashes DPP's decision to drop Oparanya corruption case. So
Oparanya the CS, right?
Oparanya the CS, but this problem arose when Oparanya...
Before he was CS, when he was governor.
He was there for the longest, 10 years, a long time. Yes. Hapo ndio shida ilitokea.
Sasa hapo acha wapambane.
It's good for us.
Yeah. Ndio nasema acha sasa kiumane yani.
Yes.
Hivyo ndivyo namaanisha.
Right. Faith makes history with the 4th 1500-meter gold medal. This is a story emanating from Tokyo, where there is the Tokyo, Japan. We're doing well, my friend.
Yes.
If you look at the story and look at how we are performing, we are just behind the United States when it comes to the medal. So we are number 2,
right,
if you're looking at the medal haul.
But when it comes to athletics, the only medals usually get is a marathon, 1500 meters, 5000 meters, and I think 10,000 meters. After that, America huwa wanatutandika everywhere else. Swimming, wanatutandika huko kwa gymnastics, wanatutandika kwa catapult, wanatutandika basically everywhere else.
It must not be understood that we do not have swimmers. We do.
We do. That's why I'm saying hata hapo kwa gymnastics tuko nao, hapo kwa catapult tuko nao.
Yep.
Ni venye saa wanatutandika properly.
Yes. But you know something?
Yep.
It tells you how they focus on their athletes and their athletics. We do not. This is individual effort at work.
Yeah.
Yes. If we actually took some of these things a lot more seriously, given the interest that our people have when it comes to performing well on the world stage, we'd do infinitely better. For instance, if you look at volleyball, we do quite well in volleyball. If you look at rugby, both men and women's rugby, we do very well.
Yep.
Okay? We have a sports fund. We have a Ministry of Sports. You would assume that these are the people who would ensure that we give every possible support that is needed. Support is given, but sometimes it is more lacking than it is present.
Right.
Anyway, the World Athletics Championship in Tokyo. That is where we are shining very
World
bright.
Athletics Championships.
Yeah. The good thing about that one, it's athletics. It's running. With this one we do very well. Nobody's swimming here. Napana. These funny sports, javelin, no.
But tuko na Julius Yego kwa javelin.
No, I'm just mentioning sports which, without Yego, not even javelin, you think, why are you throwing that spear in that direction?
Tuko na Omanyala pale.
Omanyala tries.
He does a good job. He doesn't try. He actually does a very good job.
He tries very hard. He put us on the map because he has actually won competitions.
Yes,
and the continent is on the premier. You think Omanyala is the only person who can run in the country? No. I'm glad you brought it up. If we supported the nurturing of sports, women and men, to a greater degree than we do, we would be a much more powerful force than we actually are.
Yeah. I miss the likes of David Rudisha. I don't know why he retired from that sport.
Oh, no, you retire, brother. You know when you hit your peak. Yes.
Nafika mahali unasikia hizi bones.
It is prudent for you.
Ukisimama hivi unasikia kochwe.
Bobu's murder, over 15 quiz as detectives camp in slain lawyer's office. This is a story on page 2. Okay? News. New voter registration could reshape 2027 polls. That's in the news. Auditor. How Busia workers con county in loan scams. A report by the Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu, has revealed how 128 Busia County employees disguise themselves as farmers to benefit from the free agricultural loan, exposing the devolved unit to a possible loss of 50 million. Right. Faith makes history with fourth world title. Lopsided funding to cement dominance in UDA ODM. Watchest. Ruto Raila parties get 1.2 million windfall. This is the allocation that is given to political
parties. So they were given 1.2 million
windfall.
Wait, that is the money they were given for, like, is it like per month or for the financial year or what?
There's nothing like per month. That's it. There's no it is it. Let me just read it so that you understand.
All right, please.
President William Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga are poised to exert immense financial influence over the country's political landscape following the millions allocated to their parties this fiscal year. The ODM Alliance and the United Democratic Alliance and the Orange Democratic Movement have been allocated 1.2 billion from the political parties fund for the 2025-2026 financial year. The massive allocation is detailed in the Kenya Gazette notice published by the Registrar of Political Parties. It reveals a lopsided distribution of 1.9 billion total fund, cementing the dominance of the two parties which entered into a working pact last April. So
1.2 M.
This is good, and yet there are over 4 million people who do not know where the next meal is coming from the country.
Yeah. Then you compare 1.2 million.
Billion.
1.2 billion.
Yes.
Billion.
Something I need to mention before we sort of like how the new IBC voter register listing could reshape 2027 election matrix. Most of these target Gen Z who recently acquired IDs. The battle for the 2027 general elections is increasingly shifting to first-time voters who form the core target of the Electoral Agency's continuous voter registration. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has set an ambitious goal of registering 6.3 million voters when the nationwide exercise resumed on September 29th. So we're in September.
We are in September. But now the registration begins officially on 29th.
Yes, of this month.
Yes.
The Commission has projected to enroll an additional 6.3 million voters, raising Kenya's electoral voter over 28 million strong. So that's the change they're talking about. Because if this 6.3 get registered,
yeah,
game change, all right.
Yeah. wacha watu wako registered. Na tumekuwa tukisema hapa hivi, tafadhali make sure that you are registered as a voter. First of all, make sure you have an ID. Hii historia ya kusema manzejo hiyo kitu tutajua ikifika. Saizi ndio imefika. Haitafika 2027. Hiring of 10,000 officers in jeopardy due to NPS and NPSC stalemate. A meeting between the two entities failed to chart the way forward. However, they agreed to do away with online applications and settled for physical exercises. Hey? So they initially wanted people to apply online. Then I'm sure you'd be shortlisted from the online application and then probably told to appear at a certain place so that now they can do the physical examination and say, okay, CT is not fit to be an officer because CT actually cannot be an officer. But they look at me and they say, look at Movie. He also can't be an officer. But if they look at Openje, our digital guy, Openje can actually be an officer. Hata amenyolewa kama askari. So and then he's physically fit. Anakaa anaweza toka mbio, anakaa anaweza kimbisha Al-Shabaab uko Boni Forest, anakaa anaweza kimbiza pia mwizi hapa CBD. So I guess that would have been the way, but now they want to start from the get go. They come to your location, your ward maybe, or your constituency, and they tell you, okay, kimbia Mbuvi na City na Openje. Mbuvi akitokezea Mbezi number 1, Mbuvi anapata hiyo position ya kukua karao kutoka hiyo sehemu. I guess now they have reverted back to the old ways, and here I thought we were being progressive City. We have agreed on the 60 days because we want the police recruitment to be conducted immediately. We don't want to distract them from that. That is why we are giving them that time. I see in the States how they recruit the officers. They usually don't do this at what do they come to your county, alafu naambua kimbieni, mnaanza kuangaliwa meno, sijui how many teeth you have. I don't know if you have a tattoo. If you have a scar on your back or a scar on your thigh, then you don't get the position. In the States, from what I see, they do it differently. You apply, you come for an interview. If you pass the interview after they've checked out all your details, you're taken to the academy where you train to become a police officer. And of course, they consider your academics as well. Hapa as long as unaweza kimbia na uko na meno zote 32, my friend, wewe ni karao.
I wish it was that simple.
But that's how they do it. That's how we see it.
You know, why didn't they run?
So that we can see if they can run as fast as thieves.
We want to see if they have legs.
And also if they are as fast as pickpocketers in Nairobi. Because let's be honest, have you been around Nairobi lately, especially the roundabouts mahali kuna makara wamesimama?
What would I be doing?
Hao watu wote wako na vitambi.
Yes.
Hata mimi naweza toka mbio kuliko wa makarao.
So
mimi Paul Bungala Mbuvi naweza toka mbio.
You are not employed to run as a police.
Then why do they have to go through this nonsensical running they do in the fields?
Well, then to ensure that you're physically fit.
But these guys become unfit the moment they leave the academy.
Yes, they do.
The moment they leave Kiganjo.
But they're not the only police officers. You're talking about the ones who have pot bellies. There are very many others who don't have pot bellies.
Come I take you to Mlolongo police station.
Why would I leave?
City's chances are you're physically fit than most officers you'll find there.
I see. So I am the yardstick for unfitness.
Kitu kama hiyo.
Okay.
Ricardo Spice Mariana anasema good morning kings and queens. Kitengela iko locked. Thank you so much Kitengela. Wafula team anasema morning City and Movie. You've started the day with a talk about Kenya's loans. It said Dubai has witnessed a lot of investment from top Kenyan state officers in the last 2 years. Food for thought. Thank you Wafula. Robinson Mutiso, very true City. I lived in Uganda for a couple of years. They do have a sense of patriotism and semblance of peace, and the food is something else. Katongo and Luambo peanut sauce. Okay. Norbert Award anasema good morning City and Movie. Good morning to you Norbert. Sonet anasema hello folks, looking forward to learning something new today. Dedan Mwangi, good morning City and Movie. In Kenya there is no justice. And then yeah, that's about it for today as far as for this hour as far as your salams are concerned. Find us on YouTube at Radio Generation Kenya. That's our YouTube channel. Let's get interactive right now though. Tuingie kwa habari na dada yetu Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya has unveiled an expanded polio laboratory at Kemri, enhancing diagnostics and genomic surveillance for polio and other viruses. The facility will serve Kenya and neighboring countries, including Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, and Comoros, reducing outbreak response times. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale, who officially launched the facility on Tuesday, hailed the development as a milestone in advancing Kenya's Taifa Care model.
And above all, it will firmly establish Kenya as a regional leader in polio surveillance and research. So this lab will be used by many countries, from Yemen to Comoros to Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan, and many, many other countries.
Africa continues to record hundreds of public health events, from disease outbreaks, conflicts, floods, drought situation, and therefore building this capacity is paramount for enhancing our security.
The Social Health Authority says it has collected at least 70 billion Kenya shillings since its establishment. Chief Executive Officer Mercy Mwangangi made the revelation during an interview on Citizen TV. She noted that the figure already surpasses the 45 billion Kenya shillings collected by the defunct National Health Insurance Fund in its entire lifespan. According to Mwangangi, the inflows include 8 billion Kenya shillings for primary healthcare, 5.9 billion Kenya shillings for the Emergency and Chronic Illness Fund, and 54 billion Kenya shillings through the SHIF.
Our collections to date almost stand at almost 70 billion. So SHIF, on average, from October to date, we started averaging around 6.5 B per month, so it's from October. So in October, our collections were a little bit low, and they've been tearing up to about 6.5, 6.7, 6.8, at 11 months, close to almost 50 billion plus collected, yes.
Senate County Public Accounts Committee has questioned Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga over use of 52% of revenue on employees. The committee also sought answers from Homa Bay Governor over 117 million Kenya shillings spent on legal fees as flagged by the Auditor General. Senators raised concern that 70% of the county's own source revenue comes from one source.
Does it concern you and your government that 70% of your own source revenue comes from a single stream? That should concern anyone. Whether or not that means you introduce fees in landing and whatever you're going to do, it must concern anyone that 70% of an entire county's own source revenue comes from one revenue stream.
You need to prove to us those numbers. Your revenue potential is $1 billion, but you had a budget of 2.3 billion. That also brings to doubt the projections from the CRA.
Police in the Gatongora area of Ruiru have seized 138 cartons of counterfeit liquor in an operation driven by intelligence reports. The liquor, packed in assorted brands, was found inside a premise where it was being illegally distilled. Investigations revealed that the counterfeiters were using bottles from a well-known alcohol manufacturer to pass off the fake products as genuine. Foreigners planning to travel to the United States of America to study or work may face challenges after the U.S. government announced stricter visa measures. This is after U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio took a hard line on visa revocations, calling for strict action against foreign nationals who publicly celebrate violence or behave in ways he deems incompatible with U.S. values. Rubio announced the State Department is revoking visas for foreigners who celebrated the killing of political commentator Charlie Kirk. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was more morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mugala Mbuvi City Muga in the studio. And of course, a big shout out to everyone who's tuned in right now. Remember, it's 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And you can watch us online. That is on YouTube at Radio Generation Kenya. You can also find us on our X account at Radio Gen KE, where, by the way, we are also live. But if you prefer to watch us on our website, get us on www.rgk.co.ke. All right, City Muga.
Yeah.
Nasikia kuna serikali ya Ruto imekuwa not shortlisted. Imemulikwa because of 3.3 trillion illegal debt. Wamemulikwa hapa ukiangalia ukurasa wa 7, that is on the Standard newspaper. Fraud examiner Bernard Mushere claims only 958 billion spent on development, raising questions over remaining funds. Okay, so Kenya Kwanza has been big on mega projects, the most notable of which is the affordable housing program. So the headline says Ruto regime accused of 3.3 trillion illegal debt. Tukitoa hii 958 billion, let's even say we remove 1 trillion literally. Yeah, if we round off this 958B to 1 trillion, there's some random 2.3 trillion.
No, 3.2, because they're saying 4.2 ndio deni halisi.
Yes.
So ukitoa hiyo 1 trillion.
Oh yes, you're actually right. They're saying 4.2 trillion minus the 958 billion.
Yes.
So Mushere said in a in a press statement, sorry. Yeah, so it's actually the 3.3 trillion.
Yes.
So 3.3 trillion illegal debt.
According to that report, this gentleman, remember, once upon a time in the Uhuru era,
yes,
there was an audit of the Ministry of Health, and some 5 billion Kenyan shillings somehow went astray. You know how it is, how money just gets up and walks.
Right. I mean, it has legs. In this country, money has legs.
Yeah. That money just sort of like took off and continued taking off. I have an issue though with that reporter.
Okay, what issue?
My issue is this. If you're going to look at odious debt as in money owed,
yes,
and if you're going to understand how a government works, whether you like it or not, every government inherits from the previous government. That article then speaks of a 10 point something trillion debt which is being attributed to this current government. There's an anomaly there.
Yeah, it actually says it means 190 have financed William Samoei Ruto with 10.9 trillion within 3 years to finance their programs. However, there is nothing to show on the ground.
How have we moved from 3 to 10? Because the beef is that they have borrowed 4.2 trillion. That's what they're saying. So how did you get to 10?
All right, so let me just read the paragraph before that, because it kind of explains, yeah? He draws his figures. Now, this is certified fraud examiner Bernard Mushere. He draws his figures from the statements of actual revenues and net exchequer issues for the financial years ending June 2023, 2024, and 2025. A document gazetted monthly by the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary during the stated period, Mushere notes that the government has collected some 6.7 trillion in taxes. So 6.7 trillion in taxes collected
over what period of time?
2023, the year ending 2023, year ending 2022, and year ending 2025. All right. So he says 6.7 trillion is what has been collected for all those 3 years.
So we collect just slightly over 2 trillion every year.
All right. Then now add the 4.2 minus the 958. So 6.7 plus 3.3, 10B.
Yeah, but you see, let me explain my beef. That arithmetic is kidogo iffy. We're talking about what was borrowed. Okay?
Okay.
Established 4.2, that's what they're saying. We have raised 6.2 trillion.
Right.
That's our revenue. All right? Now, are we saying that this revenue that we collected, we do not know where it has gone to? Because the conclusion from that article that the government, the citizens have funded 10.2 trillion.
Yes.
When you do the maths, 4.2 plus 10, that is plus 6, that is 10.2.
Right.
So that's what I don't understand.
What you need to understand is that he is saying it means wananchi sisi sasa have financed WSR with 10.9 trillion within 3 years to finance their programs. That is now the Kenya Kwanza government, to finance the programs of that particular government. However, there is nothing to show on the ground. So ukiangalia grao from here to Timbuktu, you're seeing absolutely nothing to show that this is what the government has developed.
Again, my beef now deepens.
Yes.
Okay? When you talk about government expenditure, then you really must talk about it and ask, what was the budget that this government had in each of those years? What did it spend money on? Okay? If the focus there is development, was supposed to have had a certain allocation, and they're saying you don't see it.
Yes.
I see roads being built. So what this person is not seeing, I don't understand. I may not like what I'm seeing, but I see it.
Okay.
And it's not just within Nairobi.
So what this accountant is alluding to is the fact that
what the accountant has said, and what the writer has said, kuna shida mahali. An audit just tells you this is what I found. That's all they do. And it can't be explained. But 10 trillion is the figure they're talking about. What else did we do with the money that we received? Did we only just allocate it for development?
This is how I understand it. Before we get to introduce our guest, this is how I understand it. The government borrowed money. It's like City saying, guys, let's have this harambe. And this harambe, I want you to help me buy a luxury car, for example. I'm going to buy a state-of-the-art car worth 10 trillion. But once we've given CT this money, the 10 trillion, instead of CT buying a vehicle worth 10 trillion, CT is still driving, actually has bought a jalopy and tells us that is the luxury car that he bought.
And I'm saying that is faulty. In the expenditure of it's faulty. It's faulty logic.
Right.
When you look at what a government does in terms of what it does with its revenue, this particular government pays debts also. Tuanze hapo madeni. We borrow, some debts have matured, we pay. That article should have included the debts that we have paid to date and the amount we have spent on paying.
To the credit of the author and the accountant, the only space they had to write that story that is on page 7, I think, is a very small space.
No.
Yeah?
That you don't know.
I'm not.
You know,
it's half a page, I can see.
No. It has been published on half a page. I am saying this is a one-sided story. That is my point. We have odious debt, definitely. This government has borrowed, definitely. All right? One, to say nothing has been done, that is not true. It doesn't matter how you look at it, it is not true. Okay. So,
CT, I guess what you're trying to say is, there's this website the government has, www.governmentdelivers.go.ke. Go check out and see what the government of President Ruto has delivered with those 3 financial years.
By the way, I am not saying that all the monies that were meant for development have gone into development. I'm very specific. That article says nothing has been done. I'm saying that is not true.
Can I introduce Duke now?
Yes, please.
All right. Welcome to the show, Duke Ombagi. He is a founder, Agenda 27. I almost said 2027. Maybe this 27 stands for something different. Correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah. Something seems to be wrong with your microphone. Hebu karibia kidogo. Yeah. I guess it will be okay in a short while. But utajua tu. So you've just found us talking about this whole issue of odious debts and borrowing. What are your thoughts on what the government has collected, first of all, in terms of taxes, and what we have delivered in terms of development agenda?
Actually, Kenya is a present country, and we have a lot of money in this country.
Right.
If the money is used well, I believe that we don't need to borrow. But if you see what is on the ground and what the taxman is collecting, it doesn't show well. Probably a lot of money is wasted. It goes to corruption and ends into people's pocket.
Right. So you're saying that Kenya is blessed. When you say we are blessed, you mean that we Kenyans also have money, and that is why we are collecting all these amounts of taxes and giving it to the government, or what exactly?
Kenyans are hardworking people. I think in Africa, Kenya is one of the very young, energetic people who are working hard.
Right.
So if we had serious systems and if we can fight corruption, let's have Kenya is corruption free. We don't need to borrow. We have enough to run this country.
We have enough to run this country.
Yes.
So now there's that report. I don't know if you've had the chance to look at it, but there's an accountant, and he calls himself, if I can just find that name.
He's an auditor.
He's an auditor, yeah. What he has said basically is the fact that Kenya has financed this government, the Kenya Kwanza government, to the tune of 10.9 trillion. And there's literally nothing to show on the ground for it. CT is of the opinion that something has been done. It might not be to the tune of 10.9 trillion, but something has been done. I'm for the opinion of, like you found me saying, that something has been done, but it is way below what is expected. We financed to get a luxury car. We are driving a jalopy. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I agree with you. There is something to show. There is something on the ground. Apparently, we can say that the audit is right that we have borrowed over that amount of money, but the money does not reflect on the ground. And we say that probably if you individuals, we can see their lives have changed.
Yeah,
they are living good life, and majority of Kenyans are suffering. And what we have gotten from what we have borrowed, I think it's a low deal.
All right, let's wait and see about that. Tell us about Agenda 27.
Agenda 27 is a movement. It's 2-year hold now. Our roadmap is 2027.
So I was right in saying 2027.
You are right.
All right.
We want to achieve our agenda by 2027. I think that's when Kenya will be making most serious decisions. And we have started with Nyamira County. That's where the roots of Agenda 27. We must start from somewhere.
Perhaps maybe we can even talk about what is the agenda itself.
Agenda is fighting for good governance, fighting impunity, fighting corruption. Let's talk about my county. That's Nyamira, where I come from.
Right.
The county is drowning in impunity, in corruption, in failed leadership, whereby what we are getting from the leaders are betrayed us. This one of the county, the status quo remains before devolution came. Because if I go to my village every time, it is the way it was. 2013.
Okay.
2013, the roads were impassable. Those are the same roads. In fact, if I go to my village, if I'm using my car, I'll have to leave it somewhere. I walk or I use a motorbike.
Right.
So that is the real situation in the ground.
What is the name of your village?
It's called Nyangarangania. Nyangarangania.
Nyangarangania.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was born.
So is it like a ward? Is it a constituency, or
this is a village? Then there is a Bosamaro ward. Then West Mugrango constituency. Yes.
Okay. So the things that are happening there, you're saying you're blaming it on the leadership, the county leadership. So that means you're blaming the senator, the governor, the woman rep, or is it specific to specific individuals?
Actually, we are blaming everyone.
Yeah.
And even recently, we had a very serious challenge in the county where we had leaders who are not coming from Nyamira. That's where it has reached that we can get leaders from other counties. They just come to speak on behalf of, on matters of development, on matters of corruption, on matters of impeaching the governor. so that we feel like, hey, it has gone now overboard.
Wait a minute. let me understand. Leaders from neighboring counties.
Yes, that's Kisii, to be specific.
So Kisii county leaders,
yes,
are coming to Nyamira.
Yes.
To specifically talk about the problems in your county.
Yes.
So does that mean that the problems in their counties have been taken care of?
I think they think that they are better than us. And they are sympathizing to Nyamirans. Actually, they had a very serious allegation about the governor. We felt that they are lecturing us, like, oh, you people of Nyamira, why
are you allowing this?
Is it that you don't have brains? But I think the approach was wrong.
All right.
And the intentions and the motives were not genuine. Yeah.
So you're saying that leaders from Kisii County are very condescending towards you people?
Yeah, specifically Silvana Sosoro and Chafet Nyakundi.
Okay.
They came and so said that the governor, I think they had a personal
vendetta.
Yes. That I think they had something of state house. So this governor failed to appear.
Okay.
So they came and they were so bitter, asking why MCAs can't impeach this governor. But we felt that we are, as Agenda 27, we are about governance. We cannot allow them to mislead people. That the reason we want to impeach this governor is because maybe, or why we are fighting this governor is because he has failed to go to state house. No, that's not our business. We are very specific that it's a bad governance. That's why we are fighting.
Let's actually just define this bad governance so that someone who I come from Kitui County. I want to understand when we say bad governance in Nyamira County. In your opinion, what do you think has not been done, or what is happening that shouldn't be happening?
One, leaders should be accountable. There's no accountability. They cannot account for what they have received. We were calculating yesterday, like since the devolution, Nyamira has received over 45 billion. But if you walk in that county, I was asking my friend, even if we give the governor himself a microscope and tell him, just, can you try to see what you have done?
With 45 billion?
Yes.
Is it 45 billion in the last financial year or
no.
for the last couple of years?
Since devolution.
Since devolution. It's more than 45 billion. And himself he cannot. Even if you call him here and ask him, Nyaribo, tell us what you have done in Nyamira. He'll stammer up to the end. There's nothing. We know himself is doing well. His life has changed drastically. He has moved to, he used to live in Mawawa. Now he's living in Karen.
Where is Mawawa?
Mawawa is his village.
In Nyamira.
In Nyamira.
So he has relocated to Karen in Nairobi.
Yes, now he hardly stays in Nyamira.
He's governing Nyamira from Nairobi.
Yeah, he's running Nyamira from Nairobi.
And this is an elected leader.
Yeah.
What exactly does Agenda 27 stand for? You say good governance.
Yes.
Anyone who wants to discuss politics within the country and within county governments talks of governance. What is this governance that you are proposing that is different from what we see?
We want governance whereby it's not about individual. You know, we have had leaders serving their own interests. We want leadership which serves the people, the common mwananchi.
Okay. Do you have an example of any leadership that you've seen that actually serves the people? So you can say, like for instance, when you look at this leader here, this leader serves the interest of the people.
Actually, you know, and the situation we are in Nyamira, we can compare and contrast because we admire. There are some counties I've admired what these governors are doing. Look at Kiambu County. Actually, this account you can go and say that devolution is working.
The people of Kiambu may differ with you.
Yeah, because they differ with me because with our situation,
they've had a strike of doctors. Going, how many months is it now? 10?
Hey, it's now getting to 140 days.
Okay. From where we see, you know, when you are in dark, even if you plot where there's more light, you'll feel like this is a better, comfortable place.
Please go on.
Yes. We have counties like you're saying Oma Bay. There's something working. You can see deforestation is
working for them.
He's working for the people. If you look at Kifuta Kibwana when he was a governor,
Makueni County,
we want where devolution. The issue, the main target of devolution was to get common mananchi, whereby we empower those people in the down there. You need to see where industries are working, where jobs are created for young people, where there are good roads, the hospitals are working. I come from an account where our level 5 hospital.
You have a level 5 hospital?
Is it? If not, it's level 4.
Yeah. What's the name of the hospital?
Nyamira.
It's called Nyamira Level 4 Hospital.
Yes.
Where is it situated?
It's a county headquarter.
In Kiroka?
In Nyamira.
In Nyamira itself?
Yes. This account where you can get a old mama who is very sick and ask him, where can I take you to hospital? And this mama will get healed immediately. Tell you, no. I'm okay. So, account where, Nyamira, we don't have issue with water. This account where it rains daily, every day. But there's no water in this hospital. If you are admitted, you are asked to come with a jerrycan for water. So, you can imagine, these are things which a governor cannot fix.
When you ask this governor, because I'm sure people ask him, what does he say, especially on issues like that one? Surely, imagine kitu tunaweza sort haraka sana.
Yeah, I think his priorities are upside down.
Or is he never asked? Is there no opposition in Nyamira?
We have women rep, we have MCS, we have the senator, we have 4 members of parliament.
Is this the reason why the people wanted to impeach the governor?
Yeah, a number of times MCS have tried to impeach this governor, but this governor has mastered the heart of politics of the village. This someone who was in power since 2013. So he should not give a sort of excuse why he cannot perform, because he understands the system very well. So he can manage those MCS very well. He has managed to push them to the wall. He can divide those numbers. He can joke with the numbers. So there's no impeachment which is the light at the end.
But I'm curious. I need to understand, what does, beyond talking about governance in the most general sense of the word, what are the specific things that Agenda 27 wants to do different?
What we are doing currently, as I can tell you, what we are working on, we want to take back our power.
How?
We have taken this matter in our hands now.
How?
We are pushing EACC to the wall. That
how? This how question is going to continue.
Yes.
How?
Right here, we have gone to court.
Yes.
Fighting for justice for the people of Nyamira. These matters are before Nyamira High Court.
Okay.
We have gone to EACs here ourselves.
Integrity Center.
Yes. We have had genuine cases of corruption where this governor has been involved.
And you have evidence.
We have served. Not even we have served the EACs with this solid evidence.
Okay.
We have sat with some officers from EACs. They have confirmed with us. What
have they confirmed?
One case, this happened where the governor paid himself 5,649,706. This one fund governor who feels that his salary is not enough. You want to be added a salary. In fact, people of Nyamira are paying him well. He went to an extent and paid himself excess of 5 million.
He paid in what sense, like in per diem, or he added his salary?
Or the money was just transferred to his account?
Yes, the money was went to his account, and when he was asked, he said, this was my salary. I claimed my salary. So he can decide to pay himself. He can decide to change it, to wake up today and say, I feel I should pay myself 2 million. What do? I instruct those accountant to the money to account. So when we raise this matter to ESCs, they follow up the matter, and they recover this money.
They actually recovered it from him.
Yes,
the money is back with ESCC.
Yes, ESCC. Even if you call them now, they confirm. Even if you check this letter, we load to the chairman of ESCC.
So they didn't arrest him. They didn't.
No, these people are funny, and we are really worried about this ESCC. They told us that we came and negotiated with the governor, and in our operations, we have that option of negotiating.
Yeah.
So this governor returned the 5 million, and he walked out happy, free. I think now we were so concerned about ESCC. The problem we had, one, even the whistleblower who raised this matter to ESCC, he was not informed that this money from Nyamira has been recovered.
Okay.
So the matter has been settled. It's when we were in court, when we questioned about this money, the gentleman from ESCC, whereby they were to appear, they said that the governor returned the money. We were shocked. We have followed there asking that can we have the report published, let the people of Nyamira know exactly how much did he return and what was the consequence. Because now if you are
how did he return it actually?
I don't know if we just put it in a bag and took it to
ESCC.
We also wanted to know, we were so interested that how was this money returned to ESCC? And we have been in ESCC not once, more than 10 times. We have not even been heard. We have not been given audience.
Yeah.
The German is ever busy. We don't know he's busy doing what.
He's attending to, the ESC serves the whole nation. So if he tells you that he's busy,
he's probably dealing with another governor
in another county,
and another 5 million,
and there are 47 of them,
and he's receiving 5 million from each one of them, so that he can take it back to their accounts. So I have this question in regards to Agenda 27. And it's a good thing that you've gone to court, taken your leaders to court so they can account for their actions. Hopefully we can recover.
Actually, I was, let me conclude on this.
Please do.
So when the last meeting we had with the SEC, we asked them, so what are you fighting? Which corruption are you fighting? When a governor comes here, strikes a deal with you, then he can, following day he can say to pay himself 5 million, he can go use this money. Then he said to, when you call him here, just return the 3 million and go back because you are negotiating. Now we told them we don't want to know. Okay, in CIFO, they said in CIFO it's allowed, but we want the criminal part of this matter.
So in civil proceedings, a guilty party is allowed to return money, but in a criminal case, chances are
once you have returned this money, that's evidence that you stole this money. So if they have solve this in civil matter, let them hand this file to DCI or for this guy to be prosecuted over a criminal part of this. And that's the war we have with ESCC. We have given them 7 days ultimatum. We were there last week. We have asked them that if you are not going to act on this,
what exactly are the rules and the guiding principles for these negotiated settlements? Is a negotiated settlement taken to be a final decree, or is it something that could be the beginning of what you're saying and that can be followed up by, say, people, investigators like the DCI?
I think ESCC take us for a ride sometimes because now with them they are comfortable that they have solved this.
Yes, but the law allows them to do to negotiate. They are allowed to negotiate. Yes. My question is, because I don't know, once you've negotiated with them, is the matter once the governor has negotiated with them, is the matter finalized? Because even in a court of law you can appeal. So are you saying that the actions you're now taking are similar to what we would see in a court of law as an appeal?
Actually, that's what we are doing. We are telling them to the people of Nyamira, we are not satisfied with what you did with him.
Yes,
we want you to act and bring out criminal part of this.
Okay. Now, when you say the people of Nyamira, if I were to ask how it is that you consider yourself to be representatives of the people of Nyamira, what would you say? Because the next question I'm going to ask you is, which seat do you want to vie for? But I will ask that later. For now.
Actually, Article 1 of the Constitution is very clear that the power belongs to the people.
It does.
And I'm a voter in Nyamira in a polling station called Gachi Primary School.
Yes.
So I have a right to hold this governor
Actually,
to account for my vote.
Let me tell you, I myself, hearing what you're saying, you are an answer to prayer. And I'm going to explain to you why you're an answer to prayer. In this studio, I have this position that I always state, that the only way we will get the leadership we deserve is if we hold our leaders to account. And that's what you are doing.
Thank you.
You are holding the leader to account. Now, anybody who wants to pursue a career in politics understands that you will be held to account.
Sure.
If you fiddle with the county money, you will be asked and the matter will be taken to court. That's holding leaders to account. It's something that I do not see happening elsewhere. It's the Auditor General who brings out these things. But a local initiative where individuals have decided, no, this one, enough. How many members does Agenda 27 have?
We are not many.
You don't have to be many.
Actually, we look at quality, not quantity.
So are you 5, 10,
No,
20?
we are more than 50.
Okay.
We are more than
That's
100.
a sizable number.
And we are targeting youths who are ready to fight. You know, sometimes youths are used to fight other youth. And even this governor has tried to fight us many times.
With youths?
Yes, he tries, he buys this guy, he takes him, he peels this one. So we have those who are not ready to be bought.
But just to be clear here, when you say fight, you don't mean violence.
No, we are fighting an economic fight.
Using the legal ways provided in the constitution.
Yes,
sawa.
We are not fiscal.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way. Ndio isisemekane ile generation iliambia watu wa Nyamira waende up in arms. But yeah, so you were saying 50 of you, around 50 of you, have decided that this is this is the direction you want to take.
Yes.
Yeah. So what are we looking at? These 50 youths that have come together under this umbrella called Agenda 27. Do they also have political ambitions? Are they Gen Zs? Are they millennials? Do you also have other individuals who are not necessarily youth, people who are like 40 and above?
Yeah. Actually, we want someone. Youth doesn't mean that exactly you have to be a youth. We want someone who can think like a youth. Because we even have some youths who are fools and who are stupid. As well, we have all people also are.
Yeah.
So you have seen young elected leaders. You expect this guy to think straight, but he's thinking like
Duke,
not all people. I don't have
Duke, something happens once people get elected. I am sure you know, you're speaking from experience, because there are people you know.
Yes.
They got elected and you started wondering, what happened to this person? The person they were before they got elected was one person. And that's probably the reason why they got elected. Once they got elected, they became something else. How do you ensure that this accountability is not just pointed at the governor, but that you ensure that it points to everybody who is elected in the county?
Actually, we have held the senator. Actually, my senator is one Okongo Morgan.
Yeah.
And, he want to be
he's well known.
He's running. He want to be a governor.
He does.
We have sad news for him.
Yes.
That is going to be very hard for him because we trusted him. We believed in him. He has a good name. But the people of Nyamira will repress him where he will fit well come 2027. We think he's good when he's outside, not in the seat.
You would rather he stays as a senator, or he doesn't? You're saying he should not have any political position.
Actually, we are asking him to retire.
You just ask him.
He has served his second time as a senator.
He has done well.
Literally, he has nothing to show. Where his governor is ranked the last among the governors. Actually, we expected that we have a serious governor who should take this gentleman, who will check on him.
A serious senator.
Him, he's joking with us. You know, he's very wise and he thinks Nyamira people are going to be stupid always. This time we are wise. You know, last time this senator came. You know those shoes. How do we call it?
Which shoes?
These open shoes of made
Crocs.
Not Crocs. Mostly made from, we call it otero in our language.
Tires.
Yeah, tires.
Akalas.
Yeah, Karas. This guy came wearing those shoes, thinking that I'm suffering. You know, I cannot. I'm in your level language. I cannot afford. How can a senator of this kind? I cannot afford a good shoe.
Okay.
Just joking with our minds. This time I don't know what will come wearing, but we are watching. We are waiting for him.
Yeah.
But we are assuring him he has failed as a senator. One, we had a case of this governor we have raised about this academic qualification. This matter is also
in court
before EACC.
Okay.
The other time this governor appeared in the Senate with fake CV, and he was claiming that he used to work in World Bank. Actually, it was all over, and he was left to walk out free. He gave the senators fake document
claiming to have worked for the World Bank.
He has worked for World Bank. And then the chairman of Public Account Committee, Honorable Chuang, even threw those papers on him. Told him, why should you lie that I'm working in World Bank then?
Labda alifanya kazi World Bank kama bawabu, huyo ni watchman. Maybe alikuwa World Bank kama janitor. If I work at the World Bank as a cleaner, trust me, I will come out here telling everyone I've worked at the World Bank.
He has not worked even as a cleaner.
Okay.
Even as a messenger.
All right.
He has not worked there. We know him well that his qualification is not qualified to be a governor.
So then how did
we add this matter? Even you can see how he responded in court.
Okay,
when we asked this, where are your papers? You know, I expect if you have reasoned,
and by papers you mean academic papers.
Academic papers. This is his petition, and what he responded, he said that you have no power to look at matter which has been addressed by IPs. If you want to know my papers, ask IPs. So that one tells you this is someone who has no papers.
But you let me ask a question. How did you people elect this man in the first place then? Because we are talking about governance.
Yeah.
And governance is not about the person who is in power and what he's doing with that power. Governance is also you, the voter. You, Agenda 27, and how it is you're exercising the powers, these powers that Agenda 27 has on behalf of your fellow citizens of Nyamira.
Actually, that's why we are fighting this guy. I say fighting, we don't mean...
No, we already clarified that. It's not violent.
We fear for our county. You know, someone who is pocketing money, which is meant for development, to his pocket.
What's the allocation that you got for this year?
This year, I think we got around 4 or 5 billion. That's what we'll get.
What's the population of Nyamira?
Nyamira, we are roughly 3 to 2 million. We are,
do you know the number of secondary schools that you have in Nyamira? Number of no, I don't want you to answer. Number of primary schools you have, number of secondary schools, number of healthcare facilities. I'm talking about the basic services within Nyamira County. How many of your roads are passable? I'm not talking tarmac. I'm talking about an all-weather road, which come rain or sunshine, you can easily travel. And how many kilometers is it?
Actually, I can count for you the roads which you can. We have around it's a main Kijauri Kisii highway. We have the one from again Nyamira Kisii Sironga. Then one which is cutting Mosopeti. Then another one which is going to.
The reason why I'm asking you these questions is because the way our people understand development is within those variables I've mentioned. If there are roads, this government has built us roads. If there are schools for children to go to, we have schools. But if there's water, this person has brought water.
But even these roads are not done by him. These are national government roads.
There are roads that the county government is responsible for.
Yes, those ones you cannot. If you go right now there, you will not go.
You know, one of these days I'm actually going to go there and
I'll take you to my village. You will not like it.
I will not like it.
You will have a bad experience.
The reason why I'm going there Duke, is this. What we're discussing is being listened to by very many people in this country. And they also have governors. Very many governors in this country fall into the same categories as yours. Not because they work for the World Bank. No. They have duties that they were elected to perform, and they do not perform them to the level that is expected.
True.
Okay? Very recently, the governor of Nairobi was under threat. Their stories revolve, it is about money. But if you look at Nairobi as it is, there are very many things that don't work in this city. Okay? So it's not a story that is peculiar to Nyamira, but you are right to represent Nyamira because that's where you come from. City. And it's where, yes.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
The fear we have is that this governor has mastered the game of winning election in Nyamira. You don't need to work for the people. You need to steal everything from the people, make these people
poor.
Make me understand one thing, City and Duke. Governor, see, you are Kenya wanaendanga for only 2 terms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I remember at the beginning of the conversation, you said that this gentleman has been in power since 2013.
Yes.
When you have elections in Nyamira?
Okay, let me explain that. And this governor technically is serving his second term.
Okay.
But is hiding.
Okay.
He served as a deputy governor for the former governor.
Okay.
The Ret Nyagarama. In 2013 to 2017.
Okay.
Again, he served as his deputy governor from 2017 till mid, when the governor died. This guy took over
and finished the term.
And now, according to the constitution, there's a timeline that you can count for.
But he was not governor. That's the point.
But when you are your predecessors died, you are serving as what?
Yes, no. The period after your governor, the first governor, passed away, true, that has to be counted.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
But there's a point I'm trying to get at here. When you look at what a governor is supposed to do, and you say he has mastered the art of being elected, what it means then, that he still convinces people that they should elect him.
No.
Are we saying that the people of Nyamira do not understand what it is that a governor is supposed to do for them, or what the money that he gets should do for them?
Actually, that's why we are here now. We want to tell the people that you need to wake up. This money this gentleman is giving you is your money, not his money. This time we have it rough. Actually, he has done it before, but we want 2027. We don't want him even to get there.
Okay.
Because we have said that if EACC is going to fail to arrest this guy, this governor, we are going to do what's called citizen arrest, which is we are given by our good constitution that with the people of Nyamira can arrest this governor.
Okay.
You will be accused of promoting your own interest. I'm going to tell you why. Within any time there is someone, doesn't have to be a member or a part of Agenda 27, but there are people who are presenting themselves like your senator who want to be governor. Then, when the moment an individual is a governor, there are other people who look at him and say, if this person can be governor, so can I.
Actually, that's what the senator is doing. The senator wants this guy to fail terribly so that he can have where to ride. That's why he fears this governor to perform. Then that's a bad senator, because you are doing it for your own gain.
In your mind, since we're talking about your governor, do you think he actually has the capacity to do what the people of Nyamira elected him to do? Can he do it?
One, he doesn't have a capacity.
Oh dear.
The reason, he is not even qualified to be a governor. To be a governor in this country, you need to have a degree. This governor does not have.
It doesn't?
No. I've told you, look at this. We have raised this case in Nyamira High Court. Interested parties in Kenya National Examination Council.
So the Kenya National Examination Council has also come out to say that they never gave him a certificate?
We have asked them to come and represent this document, which they gave him. When we went to EACC, you know, these guys are very...
Let me ask you, Duke.
One thing I want to address here.
Yeah.
EACC is telling us, you know, this academic case of the governor is number 2056. You can imagine. So you are like, so what are you communicating? Do you want us to do something so that you bring it
to number one?
To number one.
Yeah.
Yes, you cannot tell us.
You mean there are cases similar to this with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
If they can tell us this is 2000, so you can imagine we have 2000 cases pending. But we say this is a governor.
Have you actually asked NEC themselves that, look, this is my governor, I want to know, huyu jamaa alifanya KCSE mwaka alisema alifanya na alipasa akapata ni ama alifela akapata?
We start from, they used to do CPE.
Yeah. So have you
doesn't have that.
But have you asked the specific examining body?
We have tried, but you know, these people, the way they behave, that you know, you come with a court order. We cannot share this.
When you go to his former high school that he alleges he went to, does he exist in the records?
Actually, we have a history of this governor. He went to one of the school. We went to Suneka when he was there. He fought a teacher and
was expelled.
He was expelled.
Secondary school.
Yes, secondary school. Then I don't know, he managed to go to India, and what they did in India, you cannot say.
For now, his degree.
His degree.
Okay.
And if you have heard, the former CS Interior, there's somewhere he said that when he was a minister, and during the clearing of these governors, this governor who came out with a certificate of a crusade, which was written in a language they will not understand, and he was cleared. And when he was trying to, he did not mention the name, but when he asked now, people of Nyamira try to think about this, we look like this is the governor. What's the way he looks like, he walks like someone who did that?
Let me explain. When you have a language that is not the English language, or you have Sanskrit, or whatever it is that the Indians use to write, there's usually a translation of that document into English. Because if we can't understand the language, how do we know that it is
now,
what you're saying?
You know, after, already, you know, that timeline, when they are fighting online, we are rushing out of time. Then after that, because the CS confirmed that this thing was something of a crusade, but not a certificate. Thank God, you know, we have had an issue where the IPs has not been there, and that was our, that was an excuse. We just been there for long. We are going to write to IPC now. We have the chairman. We have it's running, demanding to see what is submitted. Yeah.
Duke, what position are you vying for come 2027? Because I'm sure Agenda 2027 includes political ambitions.
Actually, we have come out clear that we want to offer alternative leadership.
For which position of
across the county? Because we are a number of youths. We want to get lead of everyone.
Are you a political party?
It's not a political party. It's a
movement.
It's a movement.
ODM began as a movement.
Yes.
It's a political party.
Yes.
So Agenda 27 movement, which is going to be a political party.
That is our framework. We have not reached there, but time will tell.
Duke anataka kiti gani?
For now, our focus.
Usiogope Duke.
No, I don't fear.
Sema.
Because we understand fully that we've given you an opportunity to campaign. It's not that we don't know.
So sema tu.
Wewe zungumza tu. Yes.
The people of Nyamira
have told you they want you to be what?
Are pushing me, I can tell you.
Yes.
Because I'm qualified to be even a governor in Nyamira.
Thank you.
So they want you to be their governor.
Yeah, they use pushing me so much.
Sawa.
But it's a matter of time. We are consulting widely. We are talking with the people of Nyamira.
Yes.
Because we have said we cannot fight for bad governance. Then we participate in having bad governance.
So you all these things that you're fighting the governor on, where zako ziko sawa. You have your KCSE certificate, you have your KCPE, you have your university degree. Where uko mweupe kama pamba.
Actually, I've done PCOM. I'm an accountant.
Yes.
I've done CPA from Strathmore. Right now, I've joined the University of Nairobi, pursuing my law. So that governor should get worried. When he'll ask for papers, he has not gone to school even to rectify the mistakes he has done.
Right.
But we know the law is going to catch up with him.
Okay.
Because we are not going to leave it here hanging. The people of Nyamira want justice. The justice is having this governor being a child.
Now,
not even.
You know, there's something that you've opened a Pandora's box with the youth. If you want to get into elective politics, the people around you may also want to get into elective politics. Who among you actually wants to serve people? Because the moment you get into elective politics in this country, you'll be a politician and you'll be politicking. When will you actually serve the people who you want to elect you?
That's why we are not ordinary to declare our interests. We are our sole purpose at now is to fight for that justice for the people of Nyamira.
Getting rid of the governor is not difficult, Duke. Believe me.
It's difficult, I can tell you.
No, it is
if
not
this
difficult.
governor is still in office,
Duke, it is not
in
difficult.
Kenya, we fear this governor is someone who can go and sing two term and everything will be forgotten about
It is
him.
not difficult compared to actually providing the service for the people of Nyamira. From what we've seen of these 47 governors in this country, most of them, that money that they get as their share confuses the hell out of them. No, sincerely. You actually look and wonder and say, wait, Kwani, what the money for devolution, the amounts that have been disbursed so far, every county in this country should have changed phenomenally. They haven't.
City, I can tell you, you know what, we need governors who are ready to serve the people. That's why I'm telling you.
They all say that before they get elected.
But we have seen some who have done.
Unfortunately, there are few.
Yes.
No, let me just withdraw and say there are very few.
Yes.
Those statistics are not encouraging.
Sure.
They indicate that it can be done. Okay? The discussion, you're going to have to come back. We're going to ask you, because you represent a youthful population whom very many people are banking on to bring about change. I personally say the youth are untested. So we do not know what they can or what they cannot do. We don't know. We just know there are many. And if they vote, they can change. But beyond that, I'm not even sure they will register. I'm not even sure when they register, they will vote. There are very many unknowns when it comes to the youth population. And they are the people who politicians use to do whatever it is that politicians use. So how it is they're suddenly going to change and also be the people who are pursuing what you're pursuing, that again, we will wait and see.
Can I answer?
Yes.
For a long time, and that's what I'm saying, for a long time, these youths have been ignored, have been manipulated, and have been left behind. Now, that time is over.
Is it?
The youths of now, most of the Gen Z, I can tell you, I am on the ground every time. We have trusted our parents.
And what does the ground say?
Watch Nyamira. We love youthful leadership from bottom from the MCA to governor.
You will have.
Yes.
And then you'll watch them turn into the same individuals that you voted out.
No. The youth. I don't think.
Prophet of doom.
That's not what I've seen. Because I see focused youth.
Because they have not gotten to those positions yet.
Actually, let me tell you, this notion which is in Kenya that for your youth to serve in a specific position, you must have an experience of 10 years.
No, you don't.
I've seen. Okay.
No. You actually don't.
Gentlemen, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. But thank you so much, Duke Ombagi, for coming. What we shall do, we shall invite you here again. And perhaps even another member of Agenda 27, so that we can articulate more of these issues that you have at heart and what exactly you're planning for the future of Nyamira County. Asante tena sana. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives probing the murder of lawyer Matthew Mbobo have set up camp at his Nairobi office, combing through documents that could reveal the motive behind his killing. The homicide team said the premise may contain crucial evidence and spent hours examining files in the presence of his staff. So far, investigators have questioned more than 15 people, among them colleagues, employees, border riders at the scene, bank staff he worked with, and individuals he met at a restaurant on Jakaya Kikwete Road shortly before he was shot dead on September 9th. A Nairobi court has deferred the ruling of Constable Clinzy Baraza's application, where he's seeking to be released on bail or bond, pending the hearing and determination of his murder case. The suspect is accused of killing Boniface Mwangi Karaoke, a mask hawker, outside the Menti House in Nairobi's Central Business District during protest on June 17, 2025. Baraza pleaded not guilty to the charges. The High Court is set to determine his bail application, with ruling expected on 6th October.
Is that I explained why the ruling for bail and bond sought by the applicant was not written, and this is the fact of the application that was brought to this court's attention on 26th of August. That is the application by one Susan Jerry Karaoke. The application was filed on 6th August and brought to the court's attention on 26th of August. That application relates to legal representation.
Kenya is among 6 IGAD countries facing one of the worst food crises in recent years, with 42 million people projected to experience high levels of acute food insecurity in 2025. According to the IGAD regional focus of the 2025 Global Report on Food Crisis released Tuesday in Nairobi, the crisis is most severe in Sudan and South Sudan, but extends across Djibouti, Kenya, Somalia, and Uganda. The reports show a sharp escalation of hunger in the region.
So these are very, very, very worrying figures, and truly it calls for us to be mindful and come together to take note of this. And these show that we are not making sufficient progress towards ending hunger, achieving food security and improving nutrition by 2030. Our food systems remain fragile, and climate extremes continue to expose this fragility. Both the March and May and the ongoing June-September rains have supported crop and livestock in several areas.
Kenya's Faith Kipyegon has once again stamped her dominance on the global stage. On Tuesday, the 30-year-old middle-distance queen stormed to victory in the women's 1500 meters at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo. She clocked 3 minutes, 52.1 seconds to clinch her 4th consecutive world title. Kipyegon now becomes only the second woman in history to win 4 gold medals in the same track event, joining Jamaican sprint legal Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, who has 5 world crowns in the 100 meters.
To be honest, I knew Jessica is a strong athlete, and also the rest of the athlete was very strong. And this is championship. This is anybody race. So I knew after crossing 62 in the 400, I knew I have to keep on going, because I can't go back to 65 or 60 to 66. But I wanted to just keep on pushing and pushing towards the finish line. And I'm so happy that, my tactics works and, crossing the finish line. And
South Sudan government officials have stolen billions of dollars in oil money since the country gained independence in 2011. A United Nations report said on Tuesday the government saw oil inflows worth $25.2 billion in that time, and yet hardly any money reaches essential services like health and education is one of the world's poorest countries. The report details systematic government corruption and brazen predation, including in the All for Roads program that was supposed to be a flagship development scheme. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Movie City. Muga is in studio. This is Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, and in Mombasa it is 90.7. Our WhatsApp line is 0116 928 683. Right? 0116 928 683. That's where you get to interact with us as far as your questions are concerned. And of course, Radio Gen KE is our WhatsApp number. Is our X account, which is also our TikTok account handle. It is also our Facebook account handle, which is at Radio Generation Kenya, which is also our YouTube channel handle. So if you can get there, you'll get to see us live and direct. I was just listening to Faith, our champion, speaking during the news. And I was just reminiscing on some of the days that we had difficulty during these international marathons. And me, I'm for the idea, si lazima tuongee Kizungu ama Kiswahili tukienda huko kwa marathon. Tuongee hata Kikale, wale wakamba kama wanaweza ongea Kikamba, muongee Kikamba. Because I've watched international media talking to other athletes from places like China and European countries that do not speak English, Russians, and they don't insist on speaking English. Then they speak in their mother tongue. You find a way to translate it. Then they will say what they gotta say, and they move on. So I don't know, what do you think? Mimi naona ongea tu Kikale na shida pia. Kama unaweza ongea Kikale, lakini kama unaweza ongea Kizungu, by all means tafadhali zungumza.
Well, let's take the discussion to the international arena, in public forums where internationally people are speaking. Many world leaders speak in their languages. There's an interpreter. That's why there are people who are trained to be interpreters in those languages. Right. But they speak in their languages. Yes.
Because even President Putin, he doesn't bother with English. And it's not like he can't speak English. He can actually speak very good English. But he insists that you will listen to him in Russian, because that is where his power lies. Na atenda pale atuangia Kenya atasema, utasikia tu das vidanye bildush biladashna bildush na itaendelea hivyo mpaka mmalize. President Trump will be there struggling to understand what this guy is saying. But life will continue. You will never find Putin struggling to speak not struggling, but you'll never find him speaking in English. Even when he's addressing the UN, he will go there, pick up, and he won't even have a script. He'll just be there, people of Russia, the gentleman of the president, na mtamsikiza. Na hiyo story itaisha, na atamaliza ataketi. Wewe kama usikii Kirusi, pole kwako. Yeah.
Inakuwaga hivyo. Si lazima. You see, that is now taking pride in your nation. Better said, kama sisi tuongee tu Kiswahili.
Naam. Yes. Lakini pia kuna some of our athletes wenye hawezi ongea Kiswahili, or they are not confident.
Hakuna mtu ambaye hawezi kuongea Kiswahili Kenya hii. Hakuna.
Ni kweli.
It will be a smattering, but we will understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Even my grandmother attempts to speak in Kiswahili.
It is perfectly all right.
Yeah.
Yes, where someone is referring to themselves and they begin with sisi,
nani malikuja.
We understand you perfectly.
Malikuja makasema, manataka.
We understand exactly what you just said.
Yes. Yeah.
So hiyo ni yetu. And I think taking pride in the national language, and even your mother tongue interference, hiyo ni sawa.
Yeah.
kwenda tu kanyagi hiyo lugha vizuri, utakuelewa, and that's what is important.
Actually, I tuned out this whole mother tongue interference thing, where someone like that example I was giving you of malikuja makataka makasema.
For
me, actually, I don't even realize that is what you're saying. I'll just believe, okay, yeah, so manataka aje, and we move on. You get? So, but someone else, of course, will find it funny because they're educated.
But it's not about being educated, because it is funny.
I mean, it is funny.
The fun is in you know exactly what you should say and what is grammatically acceptable in that language.
Yeah.
But you also know that when somebody is making a very valiant attempt and failing miserably, you also know.
I wonder when our president meets leaders from places like, say, China. When he meets Xi, I don't know if President Xi.
There is absolutely no way you're going to be president of China. You don't understand English, chief.
Not understand,
or even speak it.
Yeah. Because I have met Chinese leaders in Kenya, and when I say leaders, I don't just mean political, but leaders even in industry, different companies, and so on and so forth. Because I'm privileged to have emceed events where they're in, and those people, by they won't struggle speaking English.
Yeah, so that they can't speak it.
Yeah, they won't.
Let me explain, bro. If you look at the sort of money the Chinese government spends on sending their students abroad to English-speaking countries, to French-speaking countries, all right? Because when you're in those countries, you don't just speak the language, you also understand their culture, okay?
Yeah.
It is not possible for that effort to be made, and then you go around electing a leader who just speaks your language.
Ukweli.
Just like us here. And then even if you are an MCA, my friend, that the English language may set all manner of booby traps for you.
Right.
But as long as we can understand you, it is okay. Plus, you can go to school.
Yes.
Mubaru.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't have to be stuck where you're at.
Yeah. I once met a Chinese CEO of a very big company, and we use a lot of their products. And this gentleman was working as a translator. So he speaks to you in what I would believe is probably Mandarin. And the translator, translates and asks you the question, then you respond, and it's a whole it's a tripartite conversation.
That person understands English and is having immense fun. Because one, as the interview goes on, as the discussion goes on,
right?
The other benefit that this person has is the benefit of actually understanding you clearly, and you giving him time to think as that person interprets for him, and he has understood.
Also, chances are he actually
he knows the language perfectly. But it is good because whatever it is that he does, X, Y, Z, W, P, F, F, and then that person, he will just smile and say, "Okay, got it." He may even talk to that person and you think he's asking for a point of information. He's telling them. But the
seriousness they do it. I'm not sure. And then you're there, you're listening, you're even taking notes as a journalist. This idiot, those kinds of questions. Wow. And then the translator looks at you and he's like, yes, so the chairman is saying that yes, indeed, we're moving forward with that kind of technology. And you're like, yeah, and you write it down. Anyway, the French ambassador in Kenya, I'm forgetting his name, very smart guy, and he speaks amazing Swahili. If the French ambassador akikuja pasaizi, you can do an entire show in Swahili and he will converse. He's a very good conversationist as far as that is concerned. And anajua mpaka msamiati ule wa ndani wa Kiswahili.
Alijifundisha wapi lugha?
I have absolutely no idea.
Sio unamuuliza bro.
Yeah. I was at an event, again, I was emceeing an event where he was, and when he took to the podium, he spoke Swahili. His entire speech was in Swahili, and I was very impressed.
I once came across a German ambassador, but he had the benefit of having served in Tanzania. I think his parents lived or worked in Tanzania. Oh, that man spoke very fluent Kiswahili. In fact, when he spoke, it's sort of like he's speaking, but you are looking for the person who's speaking.
Because you're seeing his mouth move, but
but no.
You're not sure that.
And yet it was him, and he knew the language perfectly. Yes, in the same way, people who you have Kenyans who can speak for you fluent German, fluent. Even they're even idiomatic in the expressions.
Yeah.
But now it's the interest someone has taken, and And that's why they know the language.
Yeah.
French as well. I have a friend who speaks French. Yani, you know how you mix Kiswahili and Kikamba and English?
Right.
Him, he can mix Kimanyala, English, Kiswahili, French.
Yeah. Nice.
Fluently.
Interesting. My cousin is in Germany. She's been there for years. She can speak very fluent German. So sometimes when we're having video calls with her and she's with her German friends, so sometimes you'll hear them ask, and I know they're asking kwenda amesema nini, no, but in German, and then she will switch from Kikamba directly to German, and that for me, I'm like, I wish I knew like another foreign language. Perhaps I will teach myself.
But you do
language.
You know English.
I said another foreign language.
Kiswahili.
Kiswahili is not really foreign.
Really?
Yeah, it's not really foreign. Swahili is widely it's spoken in very many countries in Africa.
Up the way the English language is. Any language that is that rich has been greatly influenced by the languages as well. Yes.
Okay.
And that is the reason why when you speak it, very many Bantu speaking people can actually understand it. They get the gist of what you're saying. Yes. By the same token, those who speak Arabic can also get the gist of what it is that you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Arabic is another language that is really widely spoken all over the world. Like their handwriting. There are days I used to use Google Translate to write, letters to my the people at the time I was nilikuwa nakatia, because I like it how ilikuwa inakaa. Then they would go and Google Translate it back to English.
Good for you.
And it used to some of those words used to come, and not the words, but the translations used to be very confusing, but they understood nonetheless. Yeah. So I'll teach myself another language, and I see myself going for maybe Francais, a little bit of German here and there. I don't know, but if it happens, and I'll let you know.
So, bro.
Duke Ombagi was here in the last hour, and what impressed me about Agenda 27 is the fact that perhaps we need to have that kind of thingy happening across all counties. So in case you missed that conversation, Duke Ombagi is the founder of a movement called Agenda 27, and then they're fighting against corruption and impunity, and why the common Mwananchi is stepping up. That is basically the theme of the conversation that we had today. If we can have that accountability movement across all counties, perhaps things will look better for each and every single one of us, because sometimes I think we are focused so much on national politics, which is okay, by the way. There are some people who wakona kipawa cha kuzingatia siasa za kitaifa, lakini pia ni kama tumesahau siasa za majimbo. Si counties ni majimbo? Yeah,
yes,
majimbo. If we can hold each and every single of our senators and county governors to account, perhaps what we are seeing in counties happening, mara kuna barabara ilikuwa inafaa kutengenezwa, pesa governor alipatiwa na akakula, hizo shida zitatuondokea. And I like what City also you reminded Duke, and I'm sure the audience also was reminded, the fact that the day we start holding leaders to account, perhaps then we shall actually start getting visible.
You will actually see the leaders serving you instead of thinking that they are lords over you, because they will know that you will be held to account.
Yeah.
So far they know they are not being held to account, and they won't be.
So imagine if we had Agenda 27 in every county, giving every governor headache.
I suspect the Agenda 27 exists in other counties. I suspect. They are not called Agenda 27, no eco.
Of course, they're not called Agenda 27, but that kind of movement,
the structure and the organization may be different, but that their voices wanting to hold the leadership to account, all those ones are there. Yes, they exist. The thing is this, what the new constitution did, it opened our eyes and our ears to things we didn't even understand or conceptualize we would actually have to deal with. Now, over time, again, slowly but most assuredly so, people have gotten to understand that these freedoms are real, and that when you talk about them, you're representing yourself with regard to these freedoms.
Yep.
And when they see people talking about them and actually making sure that it becomes a normal conversation, more and more people subscribe. It's not that complicated. It is complicated only insofar as change, which is what we're referring to, is involved. we resist change. We tend to resist change. We tend to fight against change. Yes, that's where the problem may be. But beyond that,
yes,
no.
Michael Olande amesema City, when going to Nyamira, unakumbuka ulisema you will visit Nyamira. When going to Nyamira, please visit Ugenya Ramunde, where Orengo comes from. Segaba, I don't know if it's Segaba or Segobe. Segoba Ober Road, Sihei Bar Ober has been under construction for over 10 years. I don't know if at one point nimeongea Kijaluo.
No. What you're saying, he's telling you about roads in his neck of the woods, probably where he comes from, and he's saying that is governor. You see, we're talking about governors and what they're doing on the road, isn't it? So he's saying it's not just Nyamira. That's what he's saying. He's saying this county called Jaya, there's a governor called Orengo.
Yes.
So that road which he's talking about is clearly a road that on paper is supposed to have been sorted out, and clearly what he's saying is this road is far from being sorted out. 10 years down the road, and actually down the road, 10 years down
literally down the road.
Yes, and the road has not been
pun intended.
Pun very much intended, deliberately so. People are aware, they're far more aware than they ever were, and the awareness comes about with not some speeches that have been made, but by the simple fact that the people you know and elect have gotten into positions of leadership. That fellow who is your neighbor became an MCA, and you saw his life changing. That fellow who was an MCA did what Kenyans do and looked for the job for his cousin, whom you also know. You saw the cousin's life changing. So the changes are being seen at the very, very, very foundation of our community, that village. So they see it. And there are people you may not know personally, but you've heard of, or you know exactly where they come from, and you know what they were. And once the evolution came in, you can see the changes in their lives. It is because of that awareness that when someone is given a position which is infinitely higher politically, and they're given a job which has more responsibility at a national level, people know what they were before they got that job. And people can see. Because previously, they drove a jalopy like everybody else. But now they travel with a helicopter or an entourage. And you're wondering.
And they're driving a Range Rover.
Yes. Yeah, and these are the huge guys. And you're wondering, bro, why do you need 3 cars following you? Why? What for? One in front, why? What is this thing that you feel?
And you can no longer open your own door. Someone has to open it for you.
Yes. Well, I mean, what is it? Yeah. So, those are the changes that people look at and they say, now that is the reason why the accountability factor becomes key. Good for you. Just tell us briefly in one sentence, how did you get here? Okay? There's a business you're clearly doing. Tell us about it. Yes. Then someone starts choking on their own words and giving you reasons why you like asking people difficult questions and why you ask me this
Actually,
question.
the statement usually is, when I was poor, you never investigated the source of my poverty. But now that I'm rich, you want to know the sources of my riches.
That statement is flawed because when you're poor, we know why you're poor. Because you're not alone. There are very many of you who are poor.
Yeah.
But when you purport to represent wealth because you're living like somebody who is wealthy, then there has to be evidence as to why it is. There was evidence as to why you are poor. We understood it. Now we're asking for the same evidence because that one we knew, so we didn't ask. This one we're asking because who knows? Maybe it's a path that we can also follow to get to where you are. So walk us through it so that we can understand it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I totally agree with what City is talking about. People know the facts and the bad mannerisms, but are afraid to change. That is Madegwa crocodile. Yeah. You know, kuna kitu ulisema hapo awali kuhusu President Kaguta Museveni. The fact that, you know, he was in the bush with some people then, when he took over power, they became his cronies, and, you know, he got them into government and started allocating them, you know, this and that, whether it was
actually 141 people are advisors. They're called advisors.
Oh, these are the folks that he was with in the bush.
Advisors. Yes. That's the title they're given.
They tell him, Mr. President, now it is time to go for another term.
No.
They advise him on this.
No, they don't need to.
They just draw a salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And once in a while, they are called for tea. Go drink tea.
Right.
Chit chat. What's happening? And by the way, they're all over the country.
Yes.
It's not from one specific area. They're all over the country.
Okay.
That is the way he sought to deal with that issue. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
In studio, we do have Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. He is the Secretary General of Jubilee Party. Mheshimiwa, welcome to the studio once again after unceremoniously having to leave yesterday.
I must apologize, and that's it's not the way we would want to ever do things. But some of these things come, and there is little you can do about it.
Yeah.
That was things happened that needed to be sorted out so quickly.
Right.
But I actually thought it was just a 3-4 minutes
phone call,
but it turned out to be hours.
Yeah.
And from there, a series of meetings until all the way to the evening. And one of it is, of course, to be a little clearer in our minds that we are still in Azimio. We, Jubilee, are still in Azimio. And we are in Azimio because we went for 2022 elections, and we lost our votes to somebody else who decided to pick them. And you recall that one of the things that we did as Azimio was to say that we don't recognize the government of William Ruto. And we went throughout the country and called it illegitimate. Shortly thereafter, Baba, a few people wrote letters, said they have left Azimio. Others, Baba also crossed over and went and became broader than he was in Azimio. And but you can see also Kalonzo is heavily involved in the united opposition. We are also in the united opposition, but it's important to mention that our being in opposition as Jubilee Party, it is ideological. It is not because we are angry. Gachagua is in opposition because he was thrown to us. And you can actually tell, and he has a reason to be angry. That's not the way people are thrown out of their offices.
Okay.
So, but ours is driven by the fact that the way things are being done, we had a different position in terms of what we wanted to do. Remember, there before we were talking of subsidies, we were told it is subsidies are done by people who have never been to school. So we allowed the guys who have knowledge in plant and lizards and such worms to come and do their thing, and we went harder. So our being in opposition is ideological, and I can tell you, we in Jubilee are squarely, firmly in opposition. I say that because one of the things that is unkind of our colleagues in opposition is when you think the other one is more popular than you in the opposition, you assign him a name or a character. I know Gachagua, when he was in the US, one of the press conferences he did was to say that I am working for the NIS, I am working with Ruto.
Are you?
The other day I saw Degwajiro also say that they don't recognize Matiang'i, hamuelewi, hamjui. He's also working for NIS and the rest. So it's unfortunate that the guys in the opposition, our colleagues in the opposition, have been very, very preoccupied in trying to paint us in Jubilee as those who are not in opposition. Yet, what walitukuta kule? Sahi they should actually ask us, why were we wearing sufurias? When I was wearing sufuria, I remember Gachagua calling me a madman. By the way, he visited Daragwa about 3 times. And in one of the occasions, he almost made the congregations or the attendees kneel down and pray for me because I was mad. Now I see him saying the things I was saying more eloquently and with a bigger megaphone. So I know now he knows that I was not mad. And even where we are going,
or is it he who is now mad?
It is a possibility either way. But I can also now tell him that, and also, if you ask me, I can say, where are we going? As opposition, when you're in opposition, you look for ways to get back power.
Yes.
And we then went out. I remember after that we went and started the Rimuru 3. If you remember, Rimuru 3, which captured the attention of the whole country, was largely attended by people from Mount Kenya. And they came on their own account. Nobody helped them. We paid for the hall and the less, but everybody paid for his transport, and makuli na wale walilala walijilipia. It is from the Rimuru 3 that we said Ruto must go. And that clarion call was carried through Mount Kenya. Then the Gen Zs came, and our initiative for Rimuru 3 had to be shelved. I remember Gachagua was still asking me, sasa hii kitu mnaenda kufanya Rimuru 3 mutapelekea nani? And I kept trying to tell them the Kenyans are have the final say in everything we do, whether elected or otherwise. And thereafter we got the Gen Z who came and said Ruto must go. And they started, and the way to get Ruto to go is to occupy parliament, to occupy the judiciary, and to occupy State House. They breached parliament. Yes. They also breached a bit of the judiciary. They breached City Hall, which is also another iconic institution. And on the way to State House, that is where many of them were killed. That time, some of those of us were still in government. They were very keen to quell that movement. And again, we had almost a whole year of back and forth. But eventually then we came with a slogan that we are now calling the one term. And while I have no quarrel with it, but it is good to know what the implication of it to the opposition. In my opinion, and it's not my opinion, the reality of it is that you have a contract. And the contract tells you, like, for example, in Azimio, it says that you're supposed to be a member of Azimio until you either sign and go, or until the end of the 5-year term, and then you get into new coalition agreements. So when you tell me that at the end of my contract I must go, unless nitakuuliza kwani nilikuwa nifanye nini? So this one term is at the end of the term of this government in office. So ni kama unaambia mtaenda baada ya wakati wa uchaguzi. Sema si ni kawaida, ikifika wakati utafanya uchaguzi. So what happened with the one term? The Ruto regime became comfortable, and they now are they are even more arrogant. They are doing things that there before they were worried about. You now see them welcoming delegations to State House. Before that, they were not welcoming delegations to State House because the desire of us in the opposition was to go and occupy State House. So all gates to State House remained closed permanently. But immediately we said one term, all gates were opened. Watu wameenda huko ni kukula, ni kukunywa, ni pesa, empowerment programs and the rest. So they are now more comfortable. And you see, the Gen Z had a way of hitting, and there were no comebacks for Ruto. But this one term, the comeback is 2 term.
Yeah.
So we didn't concentrate. We got carried by sloganeering and stopped focusing on the issues that they were informing the Gen Z. It is what had brought us to the Rimuru 3. The Azimio rallies were also informed by such things. But all is not lost. It means that where we are now, we need to craft. We need to work on the shafts and glide better. And that is why one of the reasons why we are having our NDC next week, so that we can tell Kenyans, followers of Jubilee and supporters of Jubilee, that while we were in the campaigns for Ruto must go, we were also struggling in court to ensure that the party is not stolen from us by those who are all in UDA in government, and those who also decided to work with it. Some of them have left, others are still doing that. So we are now through with all those court battles. So next week during the NDC, of course, we would want to tell our supporters that the party is fully available for them for elections. Aspirants should come over Our party leader will be the one talking to us. He has not talked to us for that long because of that case. He will want to hear what does he intend, what does he think of the future of the party. How does he want it to behave heading to 2027? Again, I'm sure he will be able to clarify, to reaffirm that we as Jubilee leadership and every one of us are in the opposition, so that people stop double guessing us, and even our colleagues should not blackmail us. For example, I'll tell you, we have these by-elections that are coming, and we have the one for Bere, we have Marafa, those are the ones looking like they're attracting more attention. We had a candidate who has approached us. Immediately, Ruku was appointed to the public service, or as into the executive. We had a person who came over to Jubilee and said, I learn again is local on an independent ticket. I want to run on Jubilee ticket. And he's been campaigning. There was no IBC, there was nothing. He's been campaigning ahead of anybody else in the opposition. So when the opposition then decides that it is one candidate, we have no quarrel with it. One popular candidate, so that we can take on the government. But it is important then also to know how do you deal with those other candidates from other parties.
Yes.
You don't just throw them under the bus. Otherwise you become very unpopular as an opposition outfit. That's another way of being made unpopular by the system. You have to manage your other candidates very well. And in managing them, one of the better ways of doing this thing is not even to say that TT is more popular than you. Is to throw them into the primary. Yes, as candidates in the opposition. Whoever emerges then is declared the one that will be supported. So all the other candidates then are able to say, nilijaribu nikashidwa. You know the way Kenyans say,
yes,
nilijaribu lakini
haikutosha.
That is the kind of attitude you want to have from all these other aspirants in the opposition. But when they feel like you threw them under the bus, they will now start working very hard to move over to the executive. And again, if you deny me a ticket, that does not mean the end of my political career. I will walk over to the next small party and get a ticket, or just become an independent candidate. So as united opposition, we must make sure that we exercise our minds on this issue to the fullest and with total respect to all these people, because we need every other person to be with us if we are going to remove William Ruto.
So what is
government?
What is then is the role or the position of ODM in opposition? Because right now it's visible that ODM is in a broad-based government.
ODM has no role in the opposition, other than individuals in the name of Sifuna and Babu who have openly divided the position of the party. And the party cannot even pretend to try and take any disciplinary action against them, because from the legal standing they are in the opposition. So Babu and Sifuna are doing what the agreement that they signed require them to do, including they are sitting within Parliament.
Right.
They are still viewed as figures in the opposition. But for all practical purposes, ODM is in government. You know that they even made it impossible to define who is the majority.
Yes.
In the corridors of power, in the corridors of justice, the judiciary, the majority is Azimio. The leader of majority is supposed to be Junet. But in Parliament, in understanding of Wetangula and Junet and those in Parliament, he still occupies the office of the minority leader. But when you see him on the floor, he's literally taken over the position of the majority from Ichung'wa, because immediately you can see, since that ruling,
yes,
you can see the Ichung'wa's law was reduced. So it's really untidy, and we will blame ODM for that untidiness for a long time. And it's unfortunate, because they have been credited in the past for fighting for democracy, fighting for multi-party democracy, fighting for separation of powers, fighting for oversight roles, and these are things that they seem to have sacrificed. Actually betrayed those of us who believed that our being in the opposition was we were going to see to get guidance for those who have been in the opposition longest. But they walked over, and unfortunately they've been trying to mock us. But in the mocking us, this is what has happened. The country completely shifted to the opposition.
Yes.
And something that is heavy has happened.
What?
You see, when I was still going out there and thinking of how do we ensure that we are not swallowed, or some thinking, what is it? Then you see aloud, and I went and said we'll have Matiang'i as a presidential candidate. Just pronounce it. The Gen Z had also that, and you can then from nowhere the public rallied around that call. And even today, I still believe that he is still the more popular than the others. But this is the thing. What does that mean when that happened? And it is not. It was a deliberate move. It's not accidental. It means that what Raila has held for the last 10 years, slightly over 10 years, because from 2002. Yes, from 2002, and now we are in 2025. That Nyanza block has been intact with Raila. Kibaki may have taken a chunk of it 2007, but the Nyanza block now is less the Kisses. So even as they sit in State House, the two of them, William and Raila, they are minus 1 million plus votes. 1 million plus votes from the block that they can take, say it's theirs.
Yes.
We have taken it from them. So we in the opposition, we can only lose it. They are struggling, and that is why you have seen in the last couple of weeks or days, like last week, you saw them bringing the Kisii delegations and Raila saying blah blah blah, including trying to drag the former head of state into their discussion, which is really I think is fairly mischievous.
Okay.
But the thing is that they have lost 1 million plus votes by getting the Kisiis and Matiang'i from that side.
Okay.
Something that I hope somebody the history will understand what some of us were doing in our own small ways. So if we are able to retain that block on our side, and this united unit works together, and I am telling you, to take a miracle for them to ever try to imagine. And I can tell you there is panic. William has been to Kisii 9 times in the last couple of months. 9 times.
Okay.
Raila is still thinking of how can he get his ODM back into Kisii, because that Kisii has been taken over by Jubilee, Nyamira and Kisii.
Okay.
So that is a major political blow to that side, and we intend to hold on it, work on it, and ensure that we move on and dislodge them from power. So again, we have no bitterness towards William as an individual, and that does not mean anything else. It means that when you're in politics, we want to deal with the ideology. You see mambo ya mtu. You have seen these Americans, when they go out of their way completely, they go berserk and shoot somebody for speaking his mind. You don't kill. You disagree with what I'm doing, but don't go to the person like they killed the young people here, even here in Nairobi, akina Lex Masai. I mean, don't kill these young people. Listen to what they are saying. Disagree with them. And that is what I keep saying. I totally we have really nothing. There's nothing. Jubilee, Uhuru Kenyatta, myself, and others share with William Ruto.
Bona SG, there are people who would argue, and we've hosted a couple of them here actually, who would argue that Matiang'i currently doesn't have the spine to. He was as a CS, he did what he had to do. He did his job well, and he was rated for what he did and what he delivered. But when it comes to him being a politician and an orator and having that political rhetoric, perhaps he doesn't have what it takes.
One is that if you talk to the Kenyans, and we have, like I was out this Sunday, Kenyans are not interested in political rhetoric anymore. They have eaten it for 10 years now from William, and they have realized that it is of no value. They are looking for a manager.
Right.
And if I talk to Matiang'i myself, I will tell him, do not try and become Sifuna. Don't copy anything from William. Be who you are. Kenyans want you. The you they know.
Yeah.
So that you can come and manage their education, their health, their security, like you did when you were in charge of government.
Right.
I don't know whether you remember that executive order that was signed by Uhuru.
Yes.
Which actually literally made him the chief minister.
Yes.
Which is actually the prime minister's position.
Right.
And the performance, the scorecard that Jubilee holds for the last X number of years is because he is the one who was in charge of that whole agenda.
All right.
And that's the Kenyans want. So those of us who are also competing with him will say that he doesn't have a spine, he cannot be able to go up the vehicles. He hates actually being on top of roof cars.
Yeah.
Because that's not a table. But you see, it has been turned into an executive table by William. It is a presidential table where it's only that he cannot sign the bills. He cannot consent to the bills or give assent to the bills on top of those. But that's not how to run a country. This country requires people to sit in offices and manage the affairs of this country. We can be a first world country. We saw it, how quickly we can move. If only William did another 5 kilometers of an expressway, something that is, you see what they are scared about, and that is why you see every effort. You saw the standard yesterday. The onslaught was on Matiang'i. Every effort, every obstacle will be thrown his way. Because come the campaigning, forget about these many things that we are talking. When we start campaigning, which we are going to start in a short while, it will be a question of telling me, I did this road, I did this expressway, I did this SGR, we did this Mau roads, we did all these things.
Yeah.
Na wewe umefanya nini? Na umekuwa hapa mara 20. That's what scares every politician than anything else.
Yeah.
When, like now, if I want to go back and learn in Daragwa, I will pay a lot of attention to what was achieved by the current member of parliament. And I'll bounce it against what I achieved when I was there. If I didn't achieve much, I will be concentrating on another rhetoric.
Yeah.
But that scorecard is what scares William today. He believes that he can buy people with money. That is why you can now see people
going to State House.
To State House. Now, if you look at the kind of money they are given, if you can add up or do some multiplication, when the MCAs were here the other day, I think from where, I don't know whether from Kiabu or wherever, you could see the MCAs took 6 million shillings. This other team, all these are, so within one sitting, 20 million shillings, 30 million shillings, 50 million shillings is gone. That time, no capitation. No physiotherapy for people with cancer or whatever. Chemotherapy, all those things, radiotherapy, nothing. You can. SHA is still a myth. Inalipia hawa wengine hailipi. Hayo mambo yote are things Kenyans want to fix it quickly. Let me tell you what I heard some people say in the streets when ukisimama tu na vijana hapa kwa barabara when this wakili was shot. And ordinary Kenyans, actually, by the way, I remember it was the gym guys, the gym instructors. Hao vijana na wanasugua wanakusukuma ukibia. Wanaweza kukibiza wewe sana. Lakini wewe ndio umejipeleka. So hata wanakuambia tu wewe ndio umejipeleka.
They told me. Yeah.
Which was very profound. Waliniambia, you see the way that lawyer was shot. How it happened, forget about the reasons.
Yeah.
Well, the way he was killed, but again using the boda. The reasons, weka kando. If we had somebody like Matiang'i, pengine hata leo angekuwa amesema all these pikipikis ziwekwe karapapo. So that we start knowing who is on boda atauawa kutoka kwa boda. Kenyans are looking for a person who wakes up and makes a decision. Kesho tunataka magari ya primary school yote iwekwe yellow. We do not want vehicles carrying kids. You know, when you come today, every day you wake up and you drive along the roads, if you see a yellow bus, you know this is a school bus. And your senses react differently. Because mtoto anaweza toka kwa basi, the bus driver can, so and accidents were reduced. So we want a person who is action oriented. We do not want a person who is full of sloganeering. Yes, ukiitwa Kasongo unaenda kutuibia dansi kule. Like it was, we were looking for a dancer. No. Kenyans were trying to express their anger. And instead of you reacting with an action, you come back and mock them. It's very irritating to Kenyans.
Mheshimiwa Matiang'i, if he happens to be the flag bearer coming from Jubilee, will be an extension of the values and what basically Jubilee embodies. And a lot of people will say that when President Uhuru was president, the Jubilee government borrowed a lot of money from foreign whatever entities. And Matiang'i becoming the presidential candidate, and even when he succeeds and becomes president of Kenya, he'll just continue that problem, because a lot of the issues we are facing right now have been linked to that particular era. What are we saying?
Far from it. One is that you remember the people who are loudest in saying that, we have overborrowed and the rest are the ones in government now. It will be good to see how much have they borrowed to date and what have they achieved. I remember the words of Kenywa. He's been a civil servant for a long time. And also Mudhaura. And he said, they kept telling us, borrowing is not a problem. It is what you do with the money that you borrow. That is a problem.
Right.
So for us in Jubilee, we will show you what we did with the amount of money that we borrowed. And those who kept saying that we borrowed a lot now needs to tell us the money that they have borrowed, what have they done with? We were at around 6-point-something trillion shillings by the time we were exiting.
Right.
Today we are 11 heading to 12-point-something trillion shillings. Within 2-3 years, we have borrowed almost 6 trillion shillings. The amount of money that Uhuru may have borrowed over 10 years has been borrowed within 2 years. But you can actually see what was done in those 6 years. 10 years with the 6 trillion shillings. The wealth of this country was grown from 3 trillion shillings or maybe 4-5 trillion shillings. By the time we were leaving office, 2022, it was at 13 trillion shillings. The wealth of this country. We would want to know, with the borrowing that we have done, have we grown the wealth of this country or has it shrunk? That is one. Two, you have seen political platforms used across the world. It is only in this country that we think that a new party comes with anything different. Or when you change, ukifaa nguo ingine na umejiita tofauti, unakuwa mtu mwingine. In the US, for example, what Trump has done as the president of that country, other Republican, is totally different from what Reagan did under the same party in the same country. So the problem is not the vehicle. The issue is what's the vision, what's the ability of the person who is coming to run with that ticket.
So it's the individual.
That individual influences everything the party will do. And it is important to understand that. And what I believe as an SG of Jubilee is that this institution must be available, not just to Matiang'i, but it should be available to generations that will come, so that they can use that platform to be able to get to power and deliver on an ideology, not just they deliver on a promise or on a manifesto that they will have sold to Kenyans. The organization must be there. The political organization must be there. It is not going to be easy for any political party in this country to get the kind of infrastructure that Jubilee has, to get the national appeal. You cannot sell a blood today to the level that Jubilee has reached and then run for a presidential position. William Ruto, whom I said will not run or UDA, if they are trying to do another vehicle, the first thing they are going to do is to try and sell it. Gachagua has thought that selling DCP is just to mention the name. Ask him how many people he has registered to date.
As members of DCP.
As members of DCP.
Okay.
Uliza. Na kamekwama, watu sasa ni kuhama. It is the most difficult thing is to make, to have a political party. And a party that can be able to go outside one region. If you see when they came to when they formed DCP,
right,
and it is again in the public domain, and because mwenyewe amesema kwa mdomo yake, he thought the easiest thing to make sure that he has a bargaining power is to tell Matiang'i, wewe kwenda tafuta chama Kisii, weka wa Kisii pamoja, alafu ukuje mimi nitaweka watu ya mulima pamoja, na wewe nawe Wamaru anaenda weka Waruya pamoja, Kalonzo weka Wakaba pamoja. Very very it's a very annoying thinking, because I am trying to look for a kind word. It's a really but that's the thinking that they have.
Yeah.
So you see, it is not easy for you to get a party. And I keep saying here, to register 7.1 million members into your party, with all the movement and all the talking and all the coverage that you have given to Gachagua for that time, hajafikisha watu 30,000 kwa chama yake.
No
Then
way.
you can go to the ORPP.
No way.
That record is available online. Go to ORPP.
How many members are in Jubilee Party?
7.1 million members. And that is a machine we will unleash when we start campaigning. After the NDC, that is the membership that we want to appeal to. Those who thought that we've lost direction because of the unfortunate court cases that were brought to us by those who wanted to keep the party, but using members of Jubilee. And I've said it before, I want to say, you cannot go, we want to make it clear, you can't go to war. Napoleon said it with a borrowed army. Hawa watu ambao walikuwa wamekuja tu ovyo ovyo kutoka kuja kusubua, lazima wakubali, wakae kando.
So, and you're saying that DCP, they have been almost in every corner of this country.
I want to tell you, and it is, don't take my word. Yes.
30,000
get to ORPP. And it is not easy, because even in that party, if you now, again, they have a couple of things they need to deal with. Because they have also to get Gachagua. I don't know how. Because he still cannot be the party leader.
Why can't he be the party leader?
If I say it, you'll say that I came to kupiga hea. Lakini ukweli wa mambo ni
if it is a fact, it is a fact.
It's a fact, and the Chief Justice said it the other day, that once impeached, you are permanently impeached. It's there. He was telling Sonko. Once impeached, you are permanently, you lose the legitimacy to hold a public office. And a public office includes
party leadership.
Anything. Yes, it actually includes party leadership, because parties now are public institutions. So you will note that in the Kenya Gazette, there is no party leader. His name does not appear anywhere.
In DCP?
In DCP, his name does not appear anywhere. And I can give you the Kenya Gazette. I have it. It does not appear anywhere. So they have quite a bit of work to do. And these are the hurdles that you must overcome for you to be able to register members. By the way, let me also tell you, because these things are in the law. If you read the Political Parties Act, Section 13, it says that once you have occupied, you have gone through that kind of a scenario, including impeachment, you've been found criminally. There is a confusion between criminal punishment and political punishment. Impeachment is a political punishment. It's not a criminal thing. So there is nothing like exhausting the process of appeal. There is nothing like that. Once the impeached, you are impeached. Period.
Mheshimiwa, let's hold on.
Nimalize hapo. Kuna point hapo sijamaliza.
Okay.
So I was saying that you see, the Section 13 of the Political Parties Act is even more profound. It says once impeached, or once you are found like that you cannot hold a public office, the Political Parties Act also says you cannot be involved in the founding of a political party.
Hold on to that point.
And when
we are taking a short break,
I'm telling you some of these things, again itakuwa bara.
soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Parliament has raised concerns over growing friction between the National Police Service and the National Police Service Commission. It warns that ongoing power struggles risks undermining the cohesion and performance of the police. During a sitting on Tuesday, the Committee on Implementation of the Constitution, chaired by Karoli Omondi, pointed to conflicting constitutional provisions as the source of dispute, particularly Article 245 and 246.
And you may have been informed that there was an attempt to do online recruitment. We don't have a problem with online recruitment, where the first process is online applications and then shortlisting, and then people go for the physical examination. But the problem is we don't have the regulations in place to anchor the online recruitment.
Police in Nairobi have arrested a man accused of defrauding a Canadian investor in a multi-million shilling gold scam. The suspect, Abbas Bardu Omuyoma, also known as Ishmael, was taken into custody along Dennis Sprit Road by DCI detectives. He is alleged to have conned the investor out of $280,000 equivalent to at least 36 million Kenya shillings. According to investigators, Ishmael and an accomplice who still at large promised to supply 550 kilos of gold from Democratic Republic of Congo. The investor paid through USDT cryptocurrency, but the gold never materialized. Kenya has unveiled an expanded polio laboratory at Kemri, enhancing diagnostics and genomic surveillance for polio and other viruses. The facility will serve Kenya and neighboring countries, including Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, and Comoros, reducing outbreak response times. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale, who officially launched the facility on Tuesday, hailed the development as a milestone in advancing Kenya's Taifa Care model.
And above all, it will firmly establish Kenya as a regional leader in polio surveillance and research. So this lab will be used by many countries, from Yemen to Comoros to Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan, and many, many other countries.
Africa continues to record hundreds of public health events, from disease outbreaks, conflicts, floods, drought situation, and therefore building this capacity is paramount for enhancing our security.
The Social Health Authority says it has collected at least 70 billion Kenya shillings since its establishment. Chief Executive Officer Mercy Mwangangi made the revelation during an interview on Citizen TV. She noted that the figure already surpasses the 45 billion Kenya shillings collected by the defunct National Health Insurance Fund in its entire lifespan. According to Mwangangi, the inflows include 8 billion Kenya shillings for primary healthcare, 5.9 billion Kenya shillings for the Emergency and Chronic Illness Fund, and 54 billion Kenya shillings through the SHIF.
Our collections to date almost stand at almost 70 billion. So SHIF, on average, from October to date, we started averaging around 6.5 B per month, so it's from October. So in October, our collections are a little bit low, and they've been tearing up to about 6.5, 6.7, 6.8, at 11 months, close to almost 50 billion plus collected, yes.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now Now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is our last hour. And the conversation in the studio right now is moto. If you've missed it for the last 1 hour, all I can say is pole kwako. But we have Siti Muga in studio. But most importantly, we have the Secretary General of Jubilee Party. That is Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. We were just talking about the united opposition, if indeed it exists. But the city is telling me it doesn't exist. But we are hearing people talking about it.
Look, the opposition exists.
Yes. United up on your shida.
No. Whether in word or by deed, an opposition always exists. Believe me, it may be a political party or people in political parties who have found some unity. Okay, that's a possibility. Or even in single party states,
right?
You will find people who are in the opposition because a single party state, what we commonly refer to as a dictatorship or a command economy, but people who have a contrary view are the ones who form the opposition. So the question that I want to ask is, when you talk about the opposition,
yes,
precisely what are they opposed to?
I don't think their work is to necessarily oppose. It is their work to be in an opposing side. But maybe Mheshimiwa
if you're
can
an opposing side, then
it
means you are entertaining something that is contrary to what those in power have. So this thing that you're entertaining, or this thing that you identify yourself with, what is it?
That's a profound question. What are you opposed to? And that's why I was saying, and I totally agree, why I like Gachagua is that he is opposed to William. And he takes on William
head on,
properly, like a piece of cake. You just enjoy. I was listening to a clip he was talking about jana. Nimesikiza clip alikuwa anaongea juu ya Raila. Nasema hii mzee, and as you know, he kept saying hii mzee akitadawiri ni mbaya. Na he was talking to the campus. Na unakumbuka na Kalonzo amekuwa mdogo yake kwa muda. You remember hiyo miaka yote na yeye anadharau Wakamba. That's the Gachagua. And I'm telling you, you can enjoy listening to him. I listened to that thing and I kept laughing.
Yeah.
Nadharau Wakamba. Ati Raila anapeleka Kalonzo interview. You know the interview that was done for the running mate.
Yes, I remember.
Raila anapeleka Kalonzo interview, rafiki wake miaka mingi mnamuuliza. Anaanza kumuuliza ati wewe jina yako ni nani? Ana kama umeoa.
As though you haven't known this person for decades.
So hilarious. So give him credit him with what he has.
Yeah.
But you see, you can't run a whole opposition on the basis of being opposed to William. Kenyans themselves have said they are done with William. And they are saying they are done with William not because they hate him as a person, but they hate everything he does. In fact, now they hate everything he says. And you need to be clear in your mind, so that when you establish that in your mind, and that's why I said we in Jubilee are opposed to this government,
right,
ideologically. Azimio, we had our way of doing things, and I gave an example, one example of the issue of subsidies. The one thing they kept telling people is that it's not an economic policy principle to give subsidies. We thought it's a form of social support. Necessarily, as you recover or as you create enough jobs in the country, as you do all the other things that will let Kenyans now depend on their own. So that support, the government has a responsibility to support its own, so that at least you can eat, you can sleep, you can go to hospital. That's social support, and that's how we come in. We always believe that as you do all these mega developments, you must give some support to the people. Education must be available to people free.
Yes.
Kenyans must be able to go to school, to hospital, and get medication. And then you must be able to help them get some money to support some economic activity within their areas. Over time, they will then be able to generate enough resources that you can then tax. That's why we had even come up with a policy of 7-year tax break for any person coming from the university.
Yes.
So that you people can be able to start. When we were doing the housing, which we were doing, it was not through taxing people. So these are things, those are kind of things, and I keep saying, we believe that you deliver to the people, not to individuals. There are many parties, if you listen to them, theirs is a question of who becomes who. Mimi nataka kuwa huyu. You are delivering to it's not delivering and dealing with the problems of Kenyans.
Right.
But it is delivering power to me.
Okay.
So when you say Matiang'i is not politically blah, 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 all those things is now because we are used to people looking for power, as unto themselves. But it's not a system that can deliver to Kenyans. And Jubilee, we believe, is where we want to deliver to Kenyans. Mashida wa Kenya ni yapi? And then you work on them.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
Jubilee was in power. What would
for 10 years?
Yes. What would you say they want to deliver now, which they didn't deliver in 10 years?
One of the things is that every time, 10 years ago, let me put it this way. What Kenyans wanted delivered when we were in power 10 years ago is different from what Kenyans want delivered now in another 10 years. So you cannot say
that... Are you suggesting that everything that Kenyans wanted delivered were delivered in those 10
years? No, never. In any case, that is why every 10 years, every 5 years we do elections, because it is a time to look at the scorecard. But remember, the only reason why we were not occupying State House, why we are not occupying State House, is not because of our performance. It's also because we also did not have a presidential candidate as Jubilee, as a party. We came together as a coalition. And I want to tell you that one of the naive thing that I would never want to be part to again in kwa siasa, it is to be in a party of the nature of Jubilee or even ODM, and you do not have a presidential candidate. You will have to have decided, like we decided in Jubilee, that wacha tufuate mwingine, then we can organize ourselves. And that is the battle that we've been fighting for the last 3 years. Because without a presidential candidate, even our members of parliament kind of lacked identity in parliament. They were quickly swallowed, and I was left fighting for the survival of an institution of this big. Why? Because I believe that if we can be able to ensure this institution is available, and now we have learned from past mistakes, even as we are dealing with the united opposition, we cannot get into united opposition blindly. I mean, we are in it squarely because we are even the ones in opposition than any of those ones. But when you start saying that you want to agree on things, we have, for example, now agreed that sawa, if we are saying that we feud candidates in these by-elections, that you say we feud so and so, there we feud so and so, we can go on that basis. But come 2027, if you want me to say that you feud a candidate, we go for primaries. I mean, a party with, like now, for example, in Embu, where we are saying that we are going to have DP feuding a candidate. Do you know how many members we have in Embu registered in ORPP register? 186,000 members in Embu County. Which is this other party that has that kind of membership? So when you tell me that I should not feud in Embu, and I say fine, for the sake of looking united, we are not going to feud. But when we sit in a room, you need to you must put something more scientific on the table as to why we should not be feuding when we have that kind of a following. What basis would you stop us feuding 2027 candidates in every position we want across the country? That's a debate that we must have between now and then. Remember why some of these things we don't want to do anything else. We are coming from those court battles. We are now reorganizing the party. We are heading to our special NDC from a platform from which we now bounce or put ourselves on the national whatever. And we are going to do campaigns. We will work with the opposition. We will be in the opposition. But every political party must be given its constitutional space to sell itself and to ensure that their members also exercise their constitutional rights and freedoms without it being taken away on a table where there is no real democracy.
Mheshimiwa.
Yes.
Does our constitution have a structure that accommodates coalitions?
It provides for it, but our
is it a general framework?
There is a general framework that was enabled by the Political Parties Act, which we amended during the last sitting. So the last sittings now allowed the current Political Parties Act gives room and provides the legal framework and even the journey or the route, the roadmap that you follow when you want to do a pre-coalition or post-coalition. Azimio was a pre-coalition agreement, pre-election.
What's a pre?
What was
and what is post?
The pre is the coalition you come into and mnakubaliana hii uchaguzi tutaigia tukiwa namna hii. Kuna ile kukubaliana kusema waacha sisi tujibwage wajani sisi wote. Wewe kuja na ile utapata, mimi nikuje na ile tutapata, tutatengeneza coalition after. That after grows political parties. The pre kills political parties. Kwa sababu ukiniambia tukubaliane hapa kama vile tulifanya Nairobi. For example, 2017 Nairobi was totally controlled by Jubilee.
Okay.
We got into a pre-coalition with ODM, which came into Azimio. Yes? And we, through that coalition, we lost Nairobi to ODM and to UDA. So we have lessons that we have learned. And but there are also these pre-coalition agreements are agreements that small parties will really die for. Because they will be able to deal with elections kwa mabega ya zile vyama kubwa. Tutakubaliana usilete candidate Marava. So the small party that is with us in Azimio will then benefit because we will all put our weight and our resources on that small party in Marava. But if it is after, we say sawa, wacha tukutane uwanjani, mwenye ataweza, then we come on the table and say this is how we are, let us now make a post-coalition agreement. Post-coalition agreements are better to me because you see, I have come with 77 members. You have 85. This is how we share bunge. This is how we share. This is how we share. This is or this is where we can have members. So it becomes a government that is inclusive of every corner.
Okay. There's a comment here from a viewer. Anaitwa nani huyu? My Take 2.0, that is their name. Anasema opposition has never been as confused as they are today in Kenya. I wonder why that is so. So Kenyans are seeing united opposition not even being united. Confusion in there. You've just told me some facts about former DP Gachagua. I didn't even know. Mimi nilikuwa nangoja kumuona kwa ballot in 2027.
Yeye mwenyewe ako na hiyo imani na wafuasi wake.
What you're saying is that
unajua naye hiyo ni Kenya, lakini mimi nimekusomea ile sheria iko na si ya Gachagua.
Ni sheria ya Kenya.
Ni sheria ya Kenya na hata mimi imefunga na niyo Sonko. Sonko hata ako East African Court of Appeal akijaribu. Lakini hiyo yote alienda mpaka Supreme Court.
It's a waste of time.
Akaambiwa hapana. That's how Mother Come was saying. Once impeached, permanently impeached. Dugu elewa.
And it is not personal.
And it is not personal.
It is the law.
And this is the law. And this is why when I come across governors and everybody who can serve the law of impeachment, I always plead with them. Yeah, Dugu. Do everything you can to sort out these things with your MCS. Don't get impeached.
Because that will be the end of your
career. Don't get impeached. Do not allow your kiburi ikuruhusu uwe impeached. We had sent those words to Gachagua
when he was DP.
Don't get impeached. But we have also some very funny lawyers who still have not understood that impeachment issue. They are the ones who went telling Gachagua, no, we have not exhausted the legal process. We have not exhausted the legal process. I take it that these
lawyers are being paid.
Well,
of course.
But then again, even you have to make sure that you are careful with some of these advices that you are being given.
So, Umesh, what we are trying to say here is,
I'm not saying, I'm not sure. You see, umesema naitwa nani hao watu?
My Take 2.0.
2.0, I can't argue with the way he sees us. I must now ask ourselves, why are we looking confused? And since Kalonzo is the leader of that now group, He is the one who should be able to find out, why is my group being seen as confused by Kenyans?
Okay.
What do I need to do? What kind of leadership do I need to give? So that we don't look confused. Yeah, because he must take the responsibility.
The reason why I asked a question about the coalitions, you see, a coalition represents a very profound understanding before you actually get to that agreement. Okay? Because essentially what you're doing is you're sharing power. Now, I am looking at the forms of coalition that we have in this country.
Yes.
And I'm using the word coalition here loosely. The so-called united opposition right now represents some form of coalition. Ruto and Raila, some form of coalition. Now that is what the public is being fed as an understanding that is arrived at. Once the elections came to an end in 2022, we saw another formation of a coalition that we had never seen before.
Right.
Cannibalizing other political parties. Now, my question is, do our laws allow for that cannibalization?
Actually, that is infidelity to a multi-party democracy, which is being practiced by Raila now. Because what is he doing? You remember, first of all, he had an issue with his 9 members of parliament who had gone working with UDA. And he even took them to the disciplinary committee.
Yes.
When he is the leader of Azimio, because he is in the legal RPP, you still are the leader of Azimio. Right?
Okay.
There's no way Azimio can go and work with UDA without a properly worked out document that is again signed by your coalition partners. And why I say this is infidelity to multi-party democracy, I mean, driven by greed. I keep seeing them saying that Kenya was at the brink of collapse. We were not. We were actually at the brink of saving ourselves from the mess that we are in now. We were right there, almost going to bring changes within the 5 years. But he went there to keep us in problems for 5 years. Why would it not be infidelity when he has confused the institution of parliament? Political parties are the ones that help parliament function. But when you behave in a manner as a political party that confuses parliament itself until they do not know where to sit, what to do, which bill they should support and oppose, that is not, that's unconstitutional. The constitutional foundation and what our constitution was informing is not this kind of confusion. In fact, the constitution was trying to clear this confusion. When you are in the opposition, you are in the opposition because Kenyans decided that you remain in the opposition, and you cannot do funny shenanigans in between and walk into government. When Raila had the handshake 2018, was it 2018? Yes. If you ask our party leader, because we keep asking, and he explains it, he keeps saying 2-3 things. One, I told Raila, there is nothing in government that is left. The government was formed by those who are given the mandate by Kenyans to form government. So there is no slot in cabinet I can give to you. Number 2, I have no interest in scavenging from your party. You are in the opposition. We want you to play your role in the opposition. We are in government. This handshake is to say, can you bring the issues that are being pushed by your people that they think needs to be done by the government, including amending the constitution, and I also bring from my side the issues that the country, my side of the country also thinks needs to be done so that we are in a more harmonious country. That formed the BBI. It was not getting people into a government, broad-based or narrow-based. It was, you are who you are, who Kenya's made you for 5 years, we are who we are for 5 years. The coming together now into Azimio was now a political formation, not based on 2018 thing, no. But how do we deal with the elections coming 2022? So Azimio was a lead political now outfit to try and win power 2027 and move on, and perhaps see whether whatever they had agreed on under BBI could then continue being implemented. Whatever agenda that has been done by Jubilee for 10 years could get continued. That didn't work.
Okay.
We have not walked out of that legal document. We are still signatories and members. If you go to RPP, ODM is a member of Azimio. Jubilee is a member. Wiper is a member. Those are the three big parties. And actually the parties that are really bowed because of their parliamentary presence.
Okay.
So this is just unnecessary infidelity. If we had remained as Azimio, I can tell you things would be different. If we had taken over the majoritarian position on the floor, can you imagine? We had been given that mandate by Kenyans to make the budget as Azimio.
Would have a different budget.
And then it was upon UDA to defend or to fight our budget, because we are the ones controlling the floor. That's what Raila feared and took off.
What
abandoned
exactly,
it, nakakibia.
I don't understand. What exactly did he fear? Because here the courts have handed to you the power. You've been given, you've been told,
yes,
you are in charge.
Yeah. Do oversight when you have the majority on the floor.
Political competition is supposed to take you to that eventuality.
Yes.
So you arrive at it. Why would he be afraid?
And that is, in fact, if it was a question of negotiating on behalf of the country, that is the best negotiating position. You have the executive, I have the legislature. I have members of parliament. Wewe mmekuja kutoka kwa serikali, mnataka tupitishe nini? Tunataka tupitishe hii SHA. Sema kwa nini? Then we are also saying in parliament we want an NHIF. In that negotiation, Kenyans get the best. We are supposed to be in a negotiating position in this country. For as long as we are negotiating with each other,
yes,
Kenyans benefit. If it wasn't for us to negotiate, if it was not for that spirit, we will not be having the 2010 Constitution. 2010 Constitution is a negotiated document. Now, when you try and get the whole of parliament into State House, you are allowing dictatorship to creep back. Because you are trying to even bring numbers to increase the term of parliament. That's why you hear them talking of 7-year term, because they have the majorities on the floor. But then they forgot that when we sat and wrote the Constitution, we still did not give our full trust to those in power. Lazima ukuje tuingie kwa referendum.
Urudi kwa wananchi.
Lazima urudi kwa mwananchi. Sasa ile sasa hatari iko ni kwamba united opposition must have the capacity that in the event that they bring such fundamental constitutional changes, we are able to convince Kenyans that they are not good, not because of our own greed, personal greed, but because we are looking beyond where we are and what we would want to see Kenya be come another 10, 15, 20 years.
We have another viewer here. Salome Gikonyo anasema, great insights, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni. You should be the deputy president and Matiang'i as the president.
Allah.
This is the only team that will liberate this country. Utatuambia kama unataka kwa DP. But she goes on to say hapa chini that the only way the opposition can be united is when they focus on the real issues affecting Kenyans and not on which position one should have.
You should ask the age of that person. It's likely to be in the brackets of the young Kenyans. They are concerned about issues. They're not concerned about their tribes. They're not concerned about all these things. They came to the streets because we are fighting about issues. And I keep saying, like now, I tell you, I can't wait for the NDC to come. I want to go back and now talk about the issues.
Yes.
I said yesterday, maybe I don't know whether I said it here or else. But as we sit here today, we have 295 bodies without a name, without an identity.
You said it here.
I said it here yesterday.
Yes.
That are about to be buried by the county government of Nairobi.
Oh yes. Yeah, you said they are at the Nairobi funeral home.
Yes. I mean, this is something that should concern the opposition. It is only the opposition that can speak on behalf of Kenyans, so that better work is done, better DNA is done to find out who are these Kenyans who are being buried in that manner? So these are the issues that we must bring to the fore. And we have hospitals that are not receiving medicine. We have ghost hospitals that have been paid. We have
ghost schools
that are going to be polling stations. We want to go back. We want to focus on the electoral process. It is now we need to be talking about voter registration. What is this IBC? Have they even had a meeting with the opposition up to this date? They should have had a meeting to say these are the kind of things we want to do as Jubilee when we come back. Of course, we do it together with
you mentioned something very
with the opposition, but
very
leadership is
pertinent.
required.
Very pertinent. I hadn't thought of it, but when you mentioned it, I said I now understand. We've discussed at great length here how it is that these ghost schools somehow never get deregistered.
Yes.
Okay. In 2016, this issue came up, and the ministry indicated that there were 1,000 schools. They didn't tell us which schools. An audit brought out these schools. But now when you mention a polling station, it now makes sense.
They will be used as polling stations, just like hospitals are being used as paying outlets. Remember also our law allowed vehicles to be used as polling stations. These are some things that these are the issues that the opposition should be concentrating on. We have IDs getting lost left, right and center. Yes,
vehicles are used as
polling stations.
Our law allows it.
Our laws allowed vehicles to be used as polling stations. Mobile. So that you can, if you ask it, you'll be told nomads keep moving. So they need vehicle. Polling stations need to move with the nomads. And that's a very dangerous thing. So you need to know if really that is where we want to go. What are the security guarantees?
For me, what has struck me, even after independence, when Jaramogi formed KPU and we had by-elections, we started witnessing ballot boxes in Joro River. This is not new.
Yes.
But then we became more sophisticated. Excuse me. Our elections are held in primary schools. Schools, to be precise. Okay? So again, if they are fake schools, it means they can be fake polling stations.
Yes. There we are.
And then just extrapolate.
By the way, for the record, we already have, I think, 2 schools that were used as polling stations in Baringo.
2
and they were,
schools.
yes, and they were even in the papers. Only Kibao.
Yes.
But when you go in, is a bush.
Actually, you didn't need to go in because there was some funny fence and a big notice.
Yes.
End of story.
I saw that on TV sometime.
Yes, that's the kind of thing. Those are the things that we need to focus on issues, but we are still now worried that who becomes what. You can't start sharing positions even before you have been able to give yourself a character. Kenyans themselves, and I keep saying, when you say that we need one presidential candidate, how I wish that then we can do some primaries. Sio mkae kwa ofisi ama tukae kwa ofisi tuseme ya kwamba you see that lady is saying that he sees me as a deputy president.
Yes.
That's a Kenyan saying. But when you sit in that room, would they even want to see you? They call you a Karani. I had Justin Muturi saying we have nothing to do with the Secretary General. And, I would really want to talk to his Secretary General of DP and hear what he has to say. I mean, so you know that people, you just grow big. But Kenyans have not grown you that big. And this is what I keep saying. Turudi kwa Kenya, kwa sababu ile shida ile kubwa iko ni that kind of sitting together. And then you don't allow Kenyans into that debate. I believe that even us in Azimio, if we had time to allow Kenyans in a debate of forming Azimio 2022, we would have done better. Yes.
Another one here, someone is saying Kisii has never been entirely ODM zone. On the other hand, a huge chunk of Meru people seem to support His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Marion Mbogwa anasema thank you SG #Jubilee Party, and then at the moment I believe that the only opposition that we have are Kenyans.
Yes, that's a guy who's gotten it. Why the opposition has a name is because Kenyans are in the opposition. all Kenyans are in the opposition, and they are looking at leadership that they can trust with their support in the opposition. It's true what he's saying there, the Meru, and I have heard the other person saying Kisii has not been entirely in the, but you can look at how many of them have been squarely with the ODM. That's a zone that was almost, it's only Kibaki who had managed to make some very strong inroads, and those inroads have being clipped by Raila every other time. But now, unlike ever before, again in Kisii, I think it is going to be one solid block. Yes, Kisii itakuwa shida kukaa nje ya Matiang'i. Hiyo itakuwa shida. Na naona hiyo pia itakuwa namna hiyo. Hata kwa mlima,
what is interesting,
kukaa nje ya Jubilee itakuwa shida sana.
That pattern you speak of, if you go to Western, I'm talking about Kakamega County and probably a bit of Vihiga, you will find that democracy. There may be a party that has more than others, but other parties get represented.
Yes.
Which in my mind tells me they vote for the individuals.
Yes, actually those you have analyzed it very well, and even Trans Nzoia.
Yes,
you can actually see some pockets in this country of areas that people just look at who can represent us better.
And that Kisii area is the same.
And Kisii,
there's a lot of democracy in the way they elect their leaders.
If Matiang'i is able to harvest from these areas, because he is a national candidate, really, he is appealing from every corner. He's able to map up these areas and talk to those centers who are used to looking at the quality of the person, the track record of the person, because that seems to be the card that will sell 2027. Now that all of you have taken us to just one term. I thought we were going to do it earlier myself. I had preferred an earlier solution. But it seems when Kenyans are going to look at the character, the track record and everything, and you can hear from them. So even people trying to badmouth him by saying that he XYZ, there are those who are saying, oh, ni project ya nani. By the way, me, I want to be a project of Uhuru.
Yes.
He did well. I would want to be a project of a person who did well. That's why we also say, and I'm not equating him to Christ, but that's why we say I am a follower of Christ, because you like what Christians stand for and what Christ did, what he taught us. So being a follower and being a project of Christ is nothing bad, and I'm not saying equating Uhuru to Christ, but I'm trying to say there are people who are so scared of being, the project ya nani. If I'm Matiang'i, I will not be scared of being called a Uhuru project. In any case, if it is just a project without any meaning, Ruto is a project of Uhuru. He was with Uhuru for 10 years. He is a project of Uhuru. If he wants to talk about project, but that's a negative project. I would want to be a positive project.
Sorry. No, please.
There has been a lot of focus lately on northeastern Kenya by the current president. What is Jubilee's plan as far as that is concerned?
It's a very scary thing. In fact, that is why I'm saying I cannot wait for INDC. The activities going on in Mount Kenya, not in Mount Kenya, in
northeastern
Kenya, and the attention of the opposition is required urgently. There was an attempt to register, to give people ideas from across the boundary, and it seems not to have worked very well. The chiefs had already moved the other side to try and do that. But we must also thank Kenyans in that region, led by the governors there, who are making noise and objecting to it. We now have Jubarad, who are actually saying that they are operating from our side and they are working with our system. These are not issues that should be ignored, not just because of the voting 2027, but because of this is a country that has boundaries. We need to know who is a Kenyan and who is not a Kenyan, and we have ways of being a Kenyan, and we do not want to suffer like other countries in Europe are suffering, or like the American. There is a huge crisis in America. Trump, 21 million people who moved into America during the 4 years of Biden. And what Trump is trying to do is to remove them now. That's not entirely, the statement is, you can argue the statement both ways, but that's the kind of picture that has been printed up for us to see. When you go to Europe, I was seeing 10 countries in Europe that are now out to kick out foreigners, led by Latvia, and even Germany is in that list, France is on that list, Spain is on that list. We don't want to get to that level where in Kenya we have more foreigners whom we cannot account for than our own people. And it is already happening in some parts of Mount Kenya, by the way. I know in places like Kinangop and even Kiambu, we have very many people from Rwanda, from Burundi, from Uganda, who are already working, doing the manual, the casual labor. Useful because they do very well, and they are hardworking, they are committed, and two is that they are also affordable. You can afford them. But what it means that is when you can afford them, there is a Kenyan you've denied that income. But also crucial is that we don't know the character of this person you have brought. Is he a Kenyan? Is he a foreigner? Is he known by the government that he's a foreigner? So paying attention to what happens along our boundaries is a very crucial thing. And the people who always keep the other ones on check are the opposition. The opposition must keep the executive on check by also telling Kenyans what is happening. That free movement of Kenyans and Tanzanians, Ugandans, and now Somalis on this other side, Sudanese on this other side, is something that we cannot ignore. Of course, to say that those in power, our fear in the opposition is that they would want to have those kind of movements for purposes of inflating the votes and giving us fake ballots from those areas.
But you know, Mheshimiwa, we have a bit of a problem there because one, we've had very open borders when it comes to our neighbors, especially neighbors who've had problems. We've never really been restrictive as a country in allowing our neighbors from other countries to come into our country throughout our history. Whether it was Uganda that had a problem, it was Rwanda who had a problem, South Sudan, Somalia, we've never had a problem. But now you bring in a different issue because with the elections, all manner of narratives now come in. And primarily because our elections, it is a Kenyan understanding that our elections are never really fair.
Yes, yeah.
And the focus of the presidential election, but I dare say even with party elections, that's where the problems actually begin.
We have, without doubt, one of the biggest blunders that happened within Jubilee was the nominations. Nominations were really shambolic when it is a concern of our party leader. And it's a thing that we must address going to 2027. So when you say our electoral process, whether at the party level, at the national level, and the county level, and the parliamentary level, has always been suspect. A lot of work must be done. And when then you have people who come in and acquire IDs,
and now you moved it to a different level,
and you've really taken it to whatever little trust that was there is eroded, and it becomes very difficult for us to have a credible electoral process that people believe in. And you also make the country unstable because elections are supposed to make us stable.
Yes.
Credible elections make the country very stable. So when we have that kind of leakage, and it becomes a problem. But what was a little like a fallback position, the reassuring position was that our IDs are not easily accessible to non-Kenyans.
Yes.
Our passports are not easily accessible to non-Kenyans.
Yes.
Now that we know that IDs and passports are being, obtained freely from across everywhere, then we become more panicky. And even foreigners are having a problem now with our passports.
But we had this problem even when Kibaki, during the coalition government, we had this problem.
Yes.
That same immigration department, the ministry that handled it, we had a very serious problem there.
Until it was, we made some movement during Uhuru's time, because then we know you could go for a passport and get it, because there was transparency. And get it because you could even track the movement of the passport.
Yes, yes.
Now that is already gone. Passports are being given from Wapi. You can get all these things. So Ruto has collapsed everything. He's collapsed everything, including our way of chewing food. The guy has just collapsed everything.
No, wait. Now you see, this is where now, but the Secretary General has become political. You see, this everything It's not possible to collapse everything.
Now,
even if you want to.
You have now the honors to tell me what is this one thing that is working. Tell me one thing that is working.
This thing that
even the way we used to drive, we knew that when you are left hand and we would go on our highways, we go this way. Today unakutana na gari thick highway iko pande ingine imeakisha mataa na inakupigia kwa vio wewe kuja tu.
And we're blaming this on the Ruto government, surely.
Yes, because no, I'll tell you why. when the police officers are not as motivated as they should be, then that happens. Because if you know that you'll be caught by the police officers, you fear being caught than being caught itself. But when that fear goes, people they do everything. Look at the motorbikes. I mean, these are things.
No, the motorbike menace was there even when Uhuru was
Yes,
in power.
but remember also what happened. What did Uhuru do?
What did he do? Tell me.
He did this when they misbehaved and mishandled the lady.
Yes,
remember that thing
on Forest Road. Yes,
and then
Wangai Road,
that area.
Yes,
all borders were said like you don't come back but the road until you have gone through a retraining. What did the Ruto do? He used that as a campaign tool. Said they must be allowed to come back to the streets, they must be blah 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 blah. The pressure was so much that nothing was done from that opportunity that had presented itself, to the point today where we are that they actually don't know what side of the road to ride on. I mean, yeah, you must have
no. I see traffic lights and I see we talk about it here. You see, we are now talking about.
I know you are trying to defend the very difficult thing to defend.
No. I'm not actually trying to defend it.
Yeah, not border, saying that things have not collapsed.
No.
Yeah.
I cannot subscribe to the idea that nothing is working.
No, at least we thank God we are waking up in the morning.
Because that is not true.
We are waking up in the morning. At least that is working.
No. When people make campaign pledges and use campaign rhetoric, it is often devoid of any truth that can actually be implemented. I give an example earlier on, like when someone says I'm going to build 100 dams. The view is that it will take a year to. Dams don't take a year to build; they take much longer.
Yeah.
The entire process of ensuring there's even money to build them, everything takes much longer. It's a campaign promise. It's politicking. The thinking behind government, when you go beyond the populist approach towards electioneering and you take it into government, that in my opinion is where the problem is, because you cannot run a government on populism.
Yes, and even when you're making your manifesto and promises, while you need to make them attractive to the people, you need to know that it will be used to check you.
Yes.
So a responsible leader will always be careful not to be excessive in the kind of promises you make, because you'll be held
to account
on the same. And that's exactly what has happened. Out of the 100 things that these guys promised to do, and they were being asked, they are saying year 3. Out of the 100 things that they promised, have they done even 5?
I haven't been counting, but what I do know,
the one I know they did, and they did well, is the Hustler Fund. So, but you can tell me where that thing is. That was just a scandal.
What I do see
was conceived and even
this I see
provided for in law
as a positive thing. The road that were planned for in the Kibaki era, which the Uhuru era took and continued, this government is continuing with some of those projects. Roads specifically. I like speaking about things I have seen, not things I have been told. You cannot support the failure of a government when you know that it need not fail. Now, the opposition then comes in. You are in the opposition. What exactly will the opposition do differently that will now make sure that the things that are needed the most and which are spoken of as not having been done get done?
One of the things which we will do very quickly as Jubilee is this housing fund levy that is being taxed on people, and they had objected to it. We will do away with it. We had a model where we were still doing housing without taxing people.
Yes.
We'll go back to it. If they had stuck on that model, more resources would have been available by now, and they will be doing more housing that will actually genuinely be available to the perhaps the poor, and help them come out of that. That one we will certainly do, and we will not need to struggle with it because we had already done it. The issue of universal health care It's something that we had already done piloting in 4 counties. It was working. We will go back to it and get it to work. We had a functioning NHIF that requires panel beating, and people had faith in it. You could see people struggling, farmers struggling to sell their little so that they can make sure that their monthly installments are paid, because it was working. That will fix it quickly. You cannot doubt us on the issue of education. We had done that education. Capitation was there at 22,000 shillings per kid. It was getting there to school. We had the chiefs themselves making sure that every child who was school-going age was in school. And one of the things the chief had to report on a daily basis to the office of OP here, the GAO, was that there is not one single child who is at home, sent home because of school fees or otherwise. These are some of the things that are quick fix. We would actually have known what was put there. Our own young men were trained to become anti-terrorists, and they were completely covered. Until the other day, those things were being removed. Again, I'm told they are back. But even when they are back, it's not a 24-hour service. I was on that road, and those anti-terrorist guys, they leave the road around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Wanaacha barabara. Ni kama kule gari pia zimefungwa miguu. So, so those kind of things, we will be able to deal with all these things. I also believe that a clear separation of power is useful. Proper funding of the devolution must be done. I know there will be back and forth about it, but also holding people who have stolen those money or those funds from that. We will need to deal with the issue of what is it called? CDF. And those funds needs to be dealt with in a manner that is both constitutional, but also in a manner that makes sure that accountability is better. So there are a couple of things, and I'm sure when we are done with our NDC, when we start moving around as Jubilee, because it is these things, you talk about them as a party first and foremost before you talk of them as an opposition. We will be able to articulate what it is that we can do. We had these Ridamama programs in Wajami. All those support programs will be there. We had the issue of the tax rebates, tax breaks, not even rebates, tax breaks for people living in university. Incubation centers that we had for people, for young people. Remember the ICT programs that were there at the constituency level, where there are people, where the government was struggling to ensure that Wi-Fi is available in specific halls. You'd walk there and do your own biashara online without suboring anybody. These are programs that were meant to benefit the people directly, and they are not things that you depart from. We will certainly even look at what this UDA government, the ones that you are saying have not collapsed, we'll look at what they have done and might be useful. We will not abandon it. We will carry on with it, because they were doing it on behalf of Kenyans. But for as long as it was not exploitative, as long as it is something that can benefit Kenyans, we are not just going to abandon like the abandoned projects that had been started by Jubilee government.
Like which ones?
There must be the one for the UDA. We will look at, when you are in the office, utaangalia vitabu vyote. If it takes a while to look at them, we will. Kibaki taught us when he took over from Moi. He assigned his VP that responsibility then, and he put a committee together to go through all the projects that have been started by Moi across the country, and to ensure that funds were failed to finish them. And most of the programs were finished. The only one that there was kind of abandoned, kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa naitwa nini, karakara. Ilikuwa inaitwa karakara. There was some classrooms.
What was it supposed to do?
Every primary school had classrooms that had been constructed and were meant to offer technical subjects. I came across them much later within my constituency, and we were turning them into other facilities. So that's one of the projects that I think was not picked. But we have that responsibility. The first thing would be to ensure that we know what was being done, so that it's not abandoned. It's either finished or worked differently, but not for purposes of populism, and not for purposes of entrepreneurship, because many of the roads was first of all stored so that new contracts could be issued with some bit of kickbacks. So even the ones that you're seeing going, I want to give you an example. The Rironi road, this Rironi.
This one which has been ongoing for quite a while now.
Uhuru went and signed it for 160 billion shillings with the French government. PPP.
Yes.
William went there and cancelled it. Immediately he came to power, and it's on record. He went and cancelled it. Then they went to...
And the French took us to court.
Yes, they took us to court. Then they went back and signed another contract for 180 billion.
With the same people.
With the same people.
Yes.
The French, again, after a while, say they are not even interested. They have no faith in what this Uda government stands for. Now they again went to China. Now you can see the Chinese guys uko kado ya barabara wakipima. I know they are capable of delivering, but it's a question of whether our people are capable, are keen on fulfilling what they may have promised. If you go along Thika Road, there was this bus programs abandoned.
Yes.
BRT.
The mass transit.
Yes, and now that road is really, whether people like it or not, if I was to invest in a PPP thing as an investor, that's a road that requires a PPP. Inajaa asubuhi na jioni kabisa. So anybody who would want to invest some money, actually, that's a place you give them to invest. Na watatengeneza pesa.
But the blueprint for that had already been established.
There you go. So
even routes had been determined, and one actually knew. I know because there's a gentleman called Charles Hinga who was in charge of that, and it made sense.
Yeah. So these are things that, and I tell you, it will be. We must do new things. 10 years, what we did 10 years ago is not what we are going to look at. It is what needs to be done for this country to move to that next level of development.
And what makes you think that this message will be received happily by the people you're going to talk to? Because
we have to do the convincing. One is that they will receive it happily. They may not receive it happily, but they will receive it and accept it. Hope-free, because they have already seen a government that cannot function and that does not perform. They already know those who cannot perform, how they talk, how they look for votes, and what they do, how they look. And they also know people who have performed before, maybe not to their best, the way they expected, but who can perform and who can be made to perform better.
Which way you think very highly of the electorate, don't you?
Now, that's another debate that requires another session, because they are the only ones we have. They are the only ones we have. But those who also think very lowly of them, be careful. Yeah. Those who think that you can just bribe them and they will vote for you come 2027 na kuwapatia pesa hapa State House, chunga sana. Si nimewasikia wakisema huko Murang'a na kwingineko, hiyo tutakula, lakini hata usirukubali ifike nyumbani, kulia kwa barabara, whatever you get.
Mheshimiwa, we have about 40 seconds and I'd like to ask you, what do you think the current regime can just do differently to ensure that they're not being or rather Kenyans will have an easy time as we approach 2027?
But remember, there is somebody who has seen good qualities in me, to the point where I can be a deputy
president, and
it is not going to be a new thing. So that also called me,
and that was not
it.
stage managed. I didn't tell the person to call and say that.
No, I don't know. I don't. There's to call and tell, to call and call me a deputy. That's a difficult thing to do. But one is, I think it is important for them to listen to Kenyans and have some respect for them. If nothing else, let them stop talking down on Kenyans. Na kuwapigia kelele kila wakati. Yes, and perhaps some apologies. You remember when we had demonstrations, alituita terrorists. I'm still waiting for them to apologize. You cannot call Kenyans terrorists and criminals. Those kind of things. But as we wait to vote them out, they should also ensure that watoto wameenda shule.
All right.
There is nothing you can do siku ikipita ya mtoto. They should not waste kids' time in politicking. They should provide capitation, and not just capitation. Wale wote hawajaenda shule waende shule, serikali itakuja kutafuta pesa iwalipie.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. That's why we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. Also, thank you for making time after yesterday and just coming back. We really appreciate that, and we tunasema asante kwa hiyo heshima.
Na nyinyi pia munatembea Kenya hii.
Lazima tutembee.
Your name is growing and we thank you for it and we wish you well.
Yes.
that is not just offering us an opportunity to tell Kenyans. It's really an education forum, civic education. Now we thank you also for your time.
Asante
God
sana.
bless you.
Right.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Jubilee Party continues to be part of the Azimio coalition, driven by ideology rather than personal grievances, Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni has affirmed. Speaking in an interview with Radio Generation, Kioni emphasized that the party's position in opposition is a principled stand rooted in its political beliefs. He recalled that after the 2022 elections, Jubilee challenged the legitimacy of President William Ruto's government, going around the country to assert their position.
And one of it is, of course, to be a little clearer in our minds that we are still in Azimio. We, Jubilee, are still in Azimio. And we are in Azimio because we went for 2022 elections and we lost our votes to somebody else who decided to pick them. And you recall that one of the things that we did as Azimio was to say that we don't recognize the government of William Ruto. And we went throughout the country and called it illegitimate. Shortly thereafter, Baba, a few people wrote letters, said they have left Azimio. Others, Baba also crossed over and went and became broader than he was in Azimio. And you can see also Kalonzo is heavily involved in the united opposition. We are also in the united opposition.
The Social Health Authority has announced plans to launch a digital tool that will block harmful prescription from being used to patients. During an interview on Citizen TV on Tuesday, SHA CEO Mercy Mwangangi explained that the system will automatically reject dangerous prescriptions before they reach patients. For this tool to work, Mwangangi added that the authority will first collect and record all medical prescriptions that doctors may give to patients into the system and how doctors dispense them.
And I'll start again. Change is hard. Now, are we saying that, our system is a system of the future of the world, 100% super AI, Elon Musk is going to be buying in very soon? That's not what we are saying, Yvonne. The system has to be built. It has to be built by the provider of the system and the people who would be the users of the system, including SHA, who's a user of the system. Two things have been happening. We are moving, and we are moving very quickly to ensure that Kenyans get access to SHA services. And sometimes perhaps we are moving at a dizzying speed for providers. And we are saying we will not relent. We will continue moving quickly because this reform is so urgent. And I want you to park that and understand that we are moving and we are moving quickly. As we move, there are people who are being left behind. And some of those people who are being left behind, we are saying we are coming back and we're carrying you along in training you in how to use the system.
Senate County Public Accounts Committee has questioned Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga over use of 52% of revenue on employees. The committee also sought answers from Homa Bay Governor over 117 million Kenya shillings spent on legal fees as flagged by the Auditor General. Senators raised concern that 70% of the county's own source revenue comes from one source.
Does it concern you and your government that 70% of your own source revenue comes from a single stream? That should concern anyone. Whether or not that means you introduce fees in landing and whatever you're going to do, it must concern anyone that 70% of an entire county's own source revenue comes from one revenue stream.
You need to prove to us those numbers. Your revenue potential is $1 billion, but you had a budget of 2.3 billion. That also brings to doubt the projections from the CRA.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.